All right, good morning, everyone. It is 8:30, and I will bring to order the Committee of the Whole meeting of January 16th. We have an agenda before us. Are there any additions, deletions to that agenda? Councillor Christie.
If not, I'll move the agenda as presented.
Okay, all right. We have a motion to approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We pre-circulated the minutes of the December 5th meeting. Any errors, omissions, corrections? Yes, Reeve King.
Well, if you read the minutes from the cow meeting, you are correct. It's Deputy Reeve, but if that is corrected to say the Reeve chaired and should be signing, then I would move the minutes as amended.
Okay, anything else? Sorry for the faux pas, by the way.
I'm still getting used to it myself, so.
Okay, if there's nothing else, we have a motion to approve the minutes with the amendment. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I guess we're going to go to new business 2.1, growing Kneehill event. And who's taking this? Oh, Ms. Kester. Welcome.
Good morning, Council.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Sorry, through the chair, our other presenter is just about 2 minutes late. Just got caught up this morning, so we'll also be here as well if there's another item you'd like to address quickly first.
Oh, okay, so would we be able to address 2.2, extended producer responsibility? Do we have the presenter here for that?
Nope. Yeah, that's
No,
all right.
same presenters?
Okay.
Okay, where do you want to move to? Okay, 2.4, RMA resolution proposal regarding renewable energy and grid stabilization. Who's taking that one?
Jenna goes, not me.
We could give Jenna a shot at it. Through Mr. Chair, this item was brought forward by a member of council, and I think the council was given not a formal notice of motion last meeting, but was given a heads up that this item was coming for discussion. It's been put forward to gauge council's receptivity towards putting a resolution forward to the RMA convention, likely in the fall of this year, that regarding a renewable energy and grid stability connection. So basically putting something forward to the province saying that if they're in the efforts of improving grid stability, that any renewable energy development must be able to ensure a threshold of power availability at any given time. So that means whether they produce it themselves, whether they have to buy it from somebody else, whatever. I guess there's more that I can add, but most of that would be moot if council doesn't want to go down this road. So maybe I'll just hold off there and bring it up later if it's pertinent.
Okay. Reeve King.
Thank you. So I guess this was my suggestion that we consider doing this based on a conversation that I had with our MLA Speaker Cooper, and I have had some subsequent conversation with him via electronic means, and I asked for permission to move forward with his and my idea if that was council's wish, and his response to me is it's a good idea, sounds super, go for it. So if this council is willing, I guess my concept is that I am particularly concerned about the green energy side, but I think any resolution mandating a baseline power requirement probably should apply to all power producers in Alberta. So I don't think we should give a pass necessarily to oil and gas or whoever happens elsewise to be doing power production. I think legislation has to be fair in its application, and so the request probably should be that there's a legislated base power requirement of all power producers, and that they're required to provide that to the grid when needed, and whether they actually produce it themselves or they buy it somewhere else, they're still mandated to produce that. So that's my thinking. Initially, when Speaker Cooper and myself had our conversation, we were talking specifically to the green energy side of things. And we've all seen in the last little while the reliability factors that affect that portion of that industry. But I think that my thought is now that it should be applied equally. So that's where I'm sitting on it. Certainly, Mr. Speaker Cooper is supportive of us doing this if that's the wish of our council.
Anyone else like to weigh in? Councillor Cunningham.
Well, I'm not sure if it's that Reeve King is really smart or he's got a crystal ball, but it was very interesting timing with this, as we all know. I pulled into Three Hills on Friday night at about 11 o'clock, and there was a complete blackout in Three Hills. And I know it wasn't just Three Hills, obviously surrounding area. So not only our lives at stake during that, but a lot of our livelihoods, whether it's business, farm producers, everything, right? We all depend on that power grid. So 100% agree with Reeve King that I think it should be all forms of power production. But it just really gave us a real wake-up call on the weekend, I think, how important that stability of the grid is. So I'm 100% in favor of this. I don't know if it would be part of this, but I know I addressed it at the convention in the spring to Minister Neudorf about economic withholding. I don't feel that I actually really got an answer from that. And actually, since that time, it has come forward quite a bit about that economic withholding portion. So that is a piece that I would really like to know more about. So, and I guess, yeah, thanks to our neighbors, neighboring provinces for helping us out this weekend.
Okay, so I believe we have a recommendation before us, or we could have more discussion. What are council's wishes? Yes.
I want to thank Reeve King for this innovative, great way of finding a way to address the issue. I fully 100% think this is a great thing to do, so I would like to recommend that council direct staff to prepare a resolution regarding the availability of electricity from all energy developments for submission to the RMA 2024 Fall Convention.
Okay, thank you. We have a recommendation from the Committee of the Whole to direct council to prepare a resolution for the fall RMA conference. Is there any discussion to that motion? I see none. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay. I will now go back to 2.1, the growing Kneehill event options. And welcome back. Welcome, Fallon.
Good morning, Council. Apologize for my tardiness.
Yes, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to give a brief outline of the team's efforts, what they're gonna try to propose today, and how this is kind of designed. The team sat down in order to, incorporate, a potential à la carte type of option here. We're not suggesting that those are the only options that are available, and we're hoping that there would be more discussion on other options that facilitate through these conversations today. So in essence, we tried to give different options of what it would look like and why, and potential areas that we could move towards depending on the initiative and how we move forward. With the help of Fallon and Jenna, both on the ECDev side and on the ag side, we did try to make some efforts of where those marriages and synergies were to give a better understanding of what the intent or potential intent from council could be. So leaving off on that, I will pass it back to those wonderful individuals to present to council, and we look forward to what information you provide us.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you, Kevin. And so, like Kevin said, this is going to be we're going to give a whole bunch of options, throw a bunch of stuff at you. And then kind of once we're done, we'll kind of go through, summarize things and get your feedback on it, kind of where you would like to sit with things. So we'll just do a quick, brief summary on the evolution of the event, go through some of the options, and then come to a conclusion there. So as we've said before, this event has changed considerably over the past 7 years, and as such, so is the level of investment required by council. Administration would like to take this opportunity to align with council's strategic direction to determine the intent and beneficiaries of the event and the level of commitment required by administration to meet council's expectations. Oh dear, I'm sorry, I believe I brought up the wrong presentation. That's why things look weird. So sorry. Let's try this again. So yes, we'll still give the introduction, presentation format, options and suggestions, and then our final summary. I'm so sorry about that.
Don't worry about it.
So-
We know where we are.
You know where we're at now? Okay, we'll keep going from there. So the format that I've presented, as well as the chart included in the council package here, starts by outlining things, grouping them by similar purpose, stakeholders, audience, and strategic link. Just trying to get down to that core before we break off into the options available for those core things. And again, mix and match as much as feel free. These are just the things that we've kind of come up with through our discussions, as well as discussions with the Ag Service Board and suggestions that were brought forward. And then, like I said, we break it down into the specific options. The financial numbers and resources, such as staff time, are really high-level estimates and may change once further details and components are explored and the scope of the event is finalized. So there are numbers involved. Those are, like I said, just very rough. So starting things off here, I'll give the first few options and then I'll hand it over to Jenna here to give some of the next ones. So I'll kind of start with the category 1 here. So this is continuing development of Horseshoe Canyon as a destination through the market establishment. So stakeholders we've identified would be the local business partners who work with us on this event. The audience would be visitors to the site, both local that we attract as well as outside visitors passing through. The strategic links that we found, there are many. We do have a level of service involved with our site there at Horseshoe Canyon, high-quality infrastructure, so making sure that that site is able to deliver continually, as well as an economic resiliency component, working with our local business partners. So for this category 1, it's really just a question of would a single market be preferred or multiple markets? They would have similar costs, really just looking at multiplying it through the summer. What we're generally proposing would be 3 for the multiple markets, looking at June, July, and August as kind of peak summer months, peak traffic throughout the park there. And identifying the specific dates that work the best for the other events going on in the area. So some of the resources that would be required, again, just thinking if you take the single market and multiply it, there may be some overlap with doing the multiple markets where, you know, marketing would be able to be similar. Some of the planning and development would be able to be repeated, so it would be less than that a little bit, but it still would be, you know, having to, all the on-the-ground stuff would be 3 times for doing multiple markets. As well, at the bottom of the multiple markets thing, one of the things that was approved in the 2024 budget was to upgrade the infrastructure on that site. So implementing power so that we have at least access to the one utility on site for both ourselves and vendors, as well as leveling off. There is the old helipad that's there that we would be removing that just for the obstruction of it. We would be trying to keep this site as natural as possible for when it's off, not being used. So still trying to keep it as a grassed area, but more of a lawn type thing than the natural roughness there. So the other option further down the road, and we will be bringing back some discussions specific to Horseshoe Canyon and infrastructure in February, I believe, is when we will be bringing those to council and to the committee of the whole for discussion on the future of Horseshoe. But just one thing to consider would be an indoor market space and building of some sort of shelter there. It could be as simple as we want it, or it could be as elaborate as council would like. So that's just one of those considerations for a market space. So there is a little bit of cost recovery available. It would be, to get things rolling, there would be still some subsidy from the county to host this market. Specifically if we're looking at having entertainment things there as well to attract people to the market. We would look at raising the cost of the market participant fee. Currently, we've been charging $50 for a booth. Kind of the going rate for some of the other farmers markets are closer to 100 or 150. But of course, that market research would be very specifically targeted and brought back to council. Some of the success indicators that we've identified would be the number of visitors, the vendor sales, the number of vendors, and the vendor satisfaction with the event. And this would be a coordination between Parks and Ag, being at Horseshoe Canyon, and economic development as a business driver in the area. Are there any questions on the Category 1 events or clarifications?
Reeve King.
So I have a number of questions in my head right now, but so in the presentation you say some cost recovery available. What's your estimated guess of the $15,000 costs, what might be recoupable?
Based on the amount that we would put as the vendor fees, that would be where our cost would come in, our revenue. Could be around, I think we can fit about 30 booths in there comfortably. Depending on layout, we might be able to fit more, but that would be where I would set it for now. So I would say around $3,000 if we were to do a $100 fee.
One of the comments I had from a number of the ones who had booths there was they felt their cost for insurance was quite high. And so the amount of sales that they had to make to recover their costs was high. So I had some indicate to me that it was as much as $300 that they had to buy insurance for the one event. And so that really leveraged them as far as cost recovery for their participation. And so one of the questions I have rolling around in the back of my mind is there a way that we could assist them in terms of trying to find a more economic option? Because we're insisting on that they have insurance. And so is there a way that we could help those vendors with that cost?
I can't say for certain if there would be a possibility to work with one of the insurance companies to do more of a group offering. I do know that if you participate in any of the Alberta farmers markets, you have to have insurance. It is a mandatory requirement, and we send people to the same insurance broker as the Alberta farmers markets. So the difficult thing is some of the vendors that we get, this is the only market they do. It's not a typical thing for them, versus people who typically do farmers markets usually have that stuff built into their costs. So absolutely, we can look into some different insurance options and see if there is something available that might make that more affordable.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you through the chair. With regards to the insurance, the one thing that is very difficult to measure is the products which they're delivering and level of risk. And if we're the participant or the individuals that are holding that insurance, we're managing that portfolio, managing that item in the background as well. So there might be an opportunity, as Ms. Sherlock mentioned, is work on a partnership with an insurance company to provide potentially a better rate. I believe the Westerner does that for a lot of their events as well. Potentially we can partner with some of these larger organizations to offer these opportunities. There are other opportunities within the market depending on how it grows or how the popularity of it is, marketing opportunities, displaying different things like that. But we also want council to understand that this is an open venue market. So it's not similar to the Calgary markets or others that you see in Red Deer where it's closed, it's very controlled, it's a business model for these individuals. That's kind of their window, their business front to a lot of these different markets. This is a little bit different, and it would be promoting the business, so it wouldn't be a full cost recovery. We're not expecting it to be full cost recovery. We're expecting it to offer an opportunity to showcase what's within the community and allow opportunity for future growth within those businesses and providing the product outwards. Thank you.
Reeve King?
So if we're estimating a cost of $15,000, that's basically our staff time that we're putting into that?
No, that would be materials, outhouses, site prep. There would be a bit of the staff time on site, but if we're looking at some of those entertainment factors that we've had in the past, as well as marketing for the event, that would be where those costs come in.
So when you're talking entertainment factors, that was the music, that was the inflatables,
Yes.
and then, so can you give me an estimate of what the staff costs might be for us to run the market?
That's a difficult number to give just because we don't know specifically which staff would be working, how many we would need. It would depend on the volume of the market as well as the services that we'd be offering. Like I said, I can't give a specific number for that just because there's too many variables when it comes to which staff end up working on this event.
Okay, can you give me an estimate of how many individuals would be involved? Like on a setup day, what would it take? I'm just trying to get a
Approximately,
guesstimate.
I'd say 8 to 10 in full delivery. We could maybe do it farther down with 6. Especially if we get the first one through and then have the consecutive ones built, everything kind of smoothed out. But initially, especially for vendor setup, we find it kind of gets a little bit crazy. And just in directing people and helping people get set up. And if we're doing different entertainment factors, we have to be getting those set up. And so it's typically, I'd say if we ran a skeleton crew, I would say 6. But for optimum, up to 10.
Okay, so that's the day of, basically, and during that day.
Yes.
Okay, so, okay, that helps, thanks.
Yeah, and those would be, that would include people doing parking and stuff, so we'd be pulling some peace officers in. And then staff to run our own booth. Again, if we did those entertainment factors, we have to have staff with those. We may be able to do some alternative hours as well. I know we've done that where we do things kind of in shifts, just to, when things are really running in the day, we don't need as many staff as either end. So there are options that we can pull for that. And then I guess one thing with a market component would be the question of what type of booths. Typically, we've gone specifically locally made, locally produced, locally delivered. And so it would be up to your discretion as to whether we would open that up, whether we would make it Canada-wide, what type of market you would really want to deliver with that. So just something for consideration. There's no further questions on category 1. Oh.
Councillor McGee.
Yes, I was just interested to know, did you do a survey of the vendors or feedback from them from this last one and what they had to say to you?
We have, unfortunately, we haven't got great response from our surveys. We've sent those out and we've maybe got 1 or 2 vendors that reply back out of the 24. And so we can't say that it's an accurate one, but from questioning as we go through the event, we have gotten some feedback that way, but it's informal.
So did they give you anything they wished you could improve on, or things they wished you could repeat, or any highlights in either negative or positive form?
Absolutely. They've given us all of the above, and we've tried to take some of their feedback into consideration from previous events into this one. Some of the things such as the music time and location, the volume, having the food trucks there. They did feel that was very important, having a food thing. They did like having the different entertainment pieces involved. And then for each vendor, it was varied on how they did. We had some vendors who were sold out, halfway through the day, and some vendors who just did all right. So it's really specific to the vendor.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you through the chair. Ms. Sherlock covered that. We did participate and walk around and specifically ask the vendors how things were going. Myself, particularly when I was there, every vendor said that they really enjoyed the opportunity. They didn't know how much product to bring. It was the first time that they were able to participate. So really judging what that market demand is quite important. And unfortunately, each event, each month could be different. It depends on the amount of traffic, the weather, a lot of different variables, especially in an open market standpoint. So I think some of the concerns that we may have in the future is managing our environment, which we're trying to do with some of the electrical aspects of allowing, having power in the area, making the site more accessible, even ground. But as I said, when we plan an event for a certain day, we can't guarantee Mother Nature will agree because of the type of vendor. So it does cause some obstacles potentially for those vendors and also for our team.
Councillor Cunningham?
So one of the comments I would have about the goods that we would allow, I would really advocate for goods that are produced in Canada to be allowed. I know I've had discussions with council. One of our ratepayers has been selling products made in Western Canada for, oh gosh, I think 20 years plus. And of course, she wasn't eligible to attend the market. So I felt sad for her, being a longtime resident and person that sold these products for years. And I think just to encourage the market and to encourage local attendance and to have that positive vibe from that, that's something that I would really like to see changed. And I do know a little bit of feedback, with the food trucks. And again, it's nothing we can control. And like you said, the weather, the amount of people that come, that's a really tricky one because I do know because we had more than one, the competition is there. So it's really hard for those food trucks to be able to gauge how much to bring. So I think that's something we really need to look at as well.
Councillor McGee?
To speak to what Mr. Gannon had once said a little bit earlier in our conversation, I haven't talked to all the vendors recently, but I did happen to be able to talk to one just a few days ago. And this person was first year there and quite new with his established business. And what he said is he didn't come anywhere close to breaking even there. And at first that was a little bit uncomfortable for him. But he said the results in the months forward afterwards, because he was there and people calling, ordering, and has been immense at getting him off his feet. And so he's a big believer that this was pivotal to his business. And so I thought that was a great piece of feedback.
So it's not quite Shark Tank exposure, but the fact that he was there gave exposure to his business and drew business in the future.
Okay, are there any other questions dealing with these options? If not, we could move ahead.
Absolutely.
Alrighty.
So going into category 2, and so one thing especially in some of the feedback that we got back from the Ag Service Board is going back to open farm days and the promotion of agriculture within the county. We did receive some really great feedback from some of our members and some suggestions, some of which we have in here, but yeah, there's lots to explore with this. And so in regards to agriculture, I do have it kind of split out into 2 different categories here. Starting with this category 2 is the promotion of agriculture via open farm days specifically. So that weekend is I believe the 17th, 18th of August. And so the stakeholders involved with this would be our local agriculture producers, The audience that we'd be looking at is non-farm locals and visitors. So those coming from the cities as well, trying to promote the local agriculture and how it works, just reestablishing that connection back to a farm for the many that no longer have that. Strategic link, looking at our level of service coming from the Ag Service Board. That is a part of our business plan is the connection and promotion of agriculture. And then our economic resilience, continuing that our farms are supported and continue to thrive. So a few of the options that we looked at with this, and last week we did have a cluster development event with Open Farm Days. This is something that they asked to come in and put on. And we did get a lot of great feedback from those that participated, and just the willingness for them to step up and do something themselves was really seen at that event. And so I think that there is a lot of community support, and I think that those champions who were in that room and participating in that would be willing to take it throughout and to support throughout the rest of the county. So a couple of the options that we specifically came up with were promoting tours and events in the area. So this would just be a marketing thing. So something that we likely would already be doing with our general promotion, but something that we could push further into posters and our newsletters and paid advertising through social media and local radio and such. So this would, like I said, just be promoting those locations that are already working with Open Farm Days and going to be participating. The next option that we have, option B here, is providing a grant to farms for participation. So those that may be hesitant due to some financial restrictions involved with getting things ready and getting people on the farm, providing that opportunity. That is something that Red Deer County already provides. They do $500 per farm as an incentive, as well as there are other components from Open Farm Days as incentives. Like they have on that day, you're completely covered for your insurance for any of your participants. You also can apply for a reimbursement for outhouses through the Open Farm Days program. So I think it's $250 for that. So there is some financial support there that already exists through Open Farm Days and will exist regardless, but by us providing an additional incentive, then maybe additional farms can get that support and get out there. So option C would be create a tour ourselves with some Open Farm Days locations, and this was one that did come up at the cluster development training, was doing a bus tour and taking people around to some of the different locations and developing a day of it. So this would be going back, was it originally 2016, we did a tour ourselves, as well as 2017 and 2018, I believe, we did tours. And those were very well received. They do have some limitations with that. You can only fit so many people on a bus. Depending on the location, you may or may not be able to even get a bus in there, so that may inhibit certain locations from participating. And then just the cost of getting functional buses out there. So looking at some of those specifically, so like I said, some of the marketing, doing some different training things with Open Farm Days, trying to host that kind of stuff, could be for sure under $2,000, probably less, but is definitely something that is within our feasibility of our current practices. kind of the success indicators for that would be the number of farms that participate, and the number of visitors that those farms get. So that is kind of a part of the Open Farm Days collective, is that the farms track how many people that come to their farm and what kind of respondents they get. So, and of course that could fall into the ASB lead for sure. Providing grant funding to farms for participation. Again, we'd have to do the marketing of the grant funding, the marketing of the different farms that participate, as well as the others in Open Farm Days. And depending on how many farms council would like to support, where they would hope to be spending that, we could spend up to $10,000 with that. Again, we would look at the number of farms participating and the number of visitors they receive, and whether we were able to increase the number of farms for that grant funding. And then the final option here is creating a tour to various Open Farm Day locations. So there would be the marketing involving with that, the planning and development time from staff, facilitation of the different resources. The bus options are getting a little costly, especially if we want to do anything above those 25-person buses. But of course, there are alternative options if we look at trying to charter some of the school buses or something like that. We can go either level. This is just kind of the estimated max. And then of course, if we offered supper, food involved in that, there would be different costs. And we'd have to look at what the ticket prices for that would be, depending on if we offered food or not. So there would be some cost recovery available for that, just going off of our ticket prices and then where we were able to find solutions for transportation. So that would be an option. Are there any questions on these three options that we've brought forward?
Councillor Penner?
Do we know how many farms participated or in the farm days in the past? How many locations?
The last year, I believe from the list that I saw the other day, there's 2, maybe 3 in the county themselves. There are some kind of in the surrounding area, but yeah, only a couple actually in the county are participating.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. I just also wanted to add that there was some fruitful conversation within the Ag Services Board on what they would like to see on their side. There was some specific items that came from there that we're printing off to give to council for discussion when you look at your options at the end of what you would like to see. Unfortunately, when this package came forward, and the timings between when we have to have the package in and when we had our ASB conversation, we weren't able to marry it in there. But I wanted to let you know that there's quite a detailed response from one of the members from the ASB that I want to incorporate in and have some discussion around of 3-year viewpoint of recommendation. So I'll get that to council here shortly, and we can have that discussion after all the options are reviewed.
Reeve King?
So you made a comment during the grant funding portion of your presentation about insurance coverage. So were you saying that the people who participate as official Open Farm Day participant, that the Open Farm Days organization has insurance coverage that covers them for their liability on that day?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so for the farms that are open, there is liability insurance for their coverage. It is a provincial-wide insurance. Anybody who opens their doors on that day, as long as you're a registered participant, then you are covered.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor FOIP-S.
How long does it usually take to become a participant, in case someone's listening?
So it doesn't take long. It really just depends the registration is fairly simple. It's like less than a half an hour form to fill out. And then they'll actually provide you with, they do all sorts of different webinar training, as well as some different, occasionally they do in-person training. And if you would like, they can actually arrange to have somebody to come to your farm to help you identify the things that should be secured before the event. So, you know, there's lots of times you go around your farm every day, you don't see things that may be a hazard. And if you think that one person might get into something, they are going to get into something. And then, you know, we've all got the junk pile in the back that, you know, we don't necessarily want to see or be seen. So, you know, how can we mitigate that stuff as well and put our best foot forward and really be able to let people concentrate on the agriculture and less on the aesthetics. So.
Councillor Penner.
You talked numerous times on the cluster development training. Were these just our ratepayers at large, or was it staff members, businesses? Who
They
was
were, it
involved?
was open to anyone. We put it out through our advertising as an event. We did approach the businesses that we've worked with, or the agribusinesses, agritourism that we've worked with in the past on different, like on the market and that kind of thing. So we did send that out as an invitation to them, but it was something that was advertised publicly and anybody could participate. And so, yeah, we did get a number of really great response and people participating. And I'm sure that there were people who maybe didn't catch that information or weren't available. And so if anyone would like that information, absolutely ask, and I can share some of the materials that were from that training.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor McGee.
I want to let council know I attended the cluster training, outstanding training. The public engagement that it's offering for this event was enormous, and I just think it's one of the better things that we've brought in. And I commend Ag Services for your work, as well as Economic Development Officer. I really appreciated the day. I really appreciated the part that I really want you to know is the enthusiasm of the people who did attend to make something happen. Open Farm Days is very strong. And to me, that's the ideal thing, is if the community could run with an idea, that would be my first choice when it comes to Open Farm Days, but definitely there is interest. I also wanted to also highlight that a few people weren't able to attend because of the weather that day too. So we had more interest in what was even there. And there will be a follow-up session, right?
Yeah.
Where they'll have something constructive to bring to us. So they have some really good ideas on the table that they're looking at as being a working group to make this happen. So when it's not us, but the people making the work happen to bring an event, I think has a lot of hope. And if that can come through to be really what they end up doing, I think, boy, we're on to something. And I would say the training gave them great facilitation to know how to do that and to feel confident in doing that. So, well done.
Thank you. And if there is further interest in doing additional trainings, that is something that we can offer with Open Farm Days and their marketing strategy. They do like to do it earlier in the year and try to get that stuff. Like, they already have the registration open for participants. So if anybody is looking to participate, they can go on and get signed up now. But yeah, absolutely. That additional session will give kind of the summary of things. It'll just be an hour-long webinar, a video chat of, you know, what we've discussed and how can we move forward. So.
Okay, is there any other comments, questions dealing with the category 2 options? Because if not, we have an appointment at 9:30. And if there are no questions, we will drop, well, we can come back to this. We can start back on this after the appointment. But what I will do right now is I'll recess the meeting and we will reconvene at 9:30 for our appointment. Is that good? Okay, thank you, everyone. We're on a break.
And then the counselors come in and it's like.
Alrighty, sorry for the interruption, just had a few technical issues to work out. It is 9:33. I will bring the meeting back to order, and our agenda item is 3.1, which is the BDO audit planning meeting. I guess what we'll do, I know you probably know all of us, and we probably know all of you, but regardless of, we're gonna go through the process of introducing ourselves, and then we'll get on with the presentation. So starting from my far right.
Good morning, Debbie Penna, Division 2.
Hello, Faye McGee for Division 1.
Carrie Phobes, Division 4.
Jerry Whitstock.
Good morning, Ken King. I represent the northeast portion of Kneehill County, so basically Highway 27 north and east.
Good morning, thanks for coming. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5.
Wade Christie, I'm Division 6 to the northwest, so.
And we have staff in the room, so go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Morning, Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer. Good morning, Mike Zier, Director of Infrastructure.
Good morning, Kevin Gannon, Director of Community Services.
I'll push the button. I'm Alan, I'm a partner with BDO.
My name is Mitchell Kennedy. I'm the manager on the file.
And I'm Taylor Axelson. I am the engagement senior on the file.
Okay, welcome everyone. I know we look forward to having an audit presentation all the time. So we will let you get started, and if we have any questions, we can break in or do whatever you guys can make happen.
Exactly, that's a great intro. I mean, basically, we're gonna just kind of go through what we do every year is kind of lay out our planning for the audit. We basically kind of describe how we approach the audit, talk about materiality and things of that nature. Taylor's gonna run us through a letter, which I think you guys have as well. But like Jerry was saying, if you have questions, jump in at any time and we can definitely address those. Is there any questions to start with before we get going, I guess? No? Okay, so Taylor's gonna run through the planning letter for us. If you can get that up on screen. Is it on ours?
It's the menu.
Yeah, we'll be having lunch.
What do I want?
Okay, so I'm just going to go through a summary of this planning letter here. So we are presenting our planning information to Council of Kneehill County. The purpose of this is to go through the auditor's responsibilities, to discuss materiality and the reason for the audit. And when we are completed with our audit work, we will be issuing an audit opinion on the financial statements for Kneehill County, which will come later in April. So as we discussed, the audit team is made up of Alan Litster, who is the partner on the file, and Mitchell Kennedy, who is our manager for the engagement, myself as the engagement senior, as well as other preparers on the file. The timeline for this audit is the interim fieldwork was completed on November 27th of 2023. We're presenting this information on January 16th. Our final fieldwork will take place March 25th to 27th, with our draft financial statements and communications with management on April 8th, with our final presentation and the issuance of the audit report on April 23rd. So the responsibilities of the auditors for the financial statements is to obtain sufficient audit evidence to provide an opinion on the financial statements, to state that they are materially not misstated. We work with management towards the timely issuance of the financial statements. We perform timely and constructive management letters. That includes any deficiencies we find in the internal controls. And we also provide significant findings to council regarding the audit. So as is standard with all audits, there is a responsibility for the auditors regarding fraud, which includes identifying and assessing any risks of material misstatement related to fraud. And this includes obtaining sufficient and appropriate audit evidence regarding the assessed risks of financial misstatements due to fraud. And this, we also respond appropriately to the fraud risks that may be found. And we address management's assessment of the risks and how they identify risks of fraud within the organization. And management's communications, if any, with regards to those charged with governments regarding the processes for identifying fraud.
Just want to make a quick comment. You'll see at the bottom of this slide, we're currently not aware of any situations of fraud, but if management, for whatever reason, comes across any situation where they become aware of fraud, we would expect that information to be brought forward so we can address it and deal with it in which way we can to ensure we mitigate the risks related to it.
Yeah, like Taylor was saying, this is a typical process that we go through in our audits. I mean, we're identifying sort of certain areas that we look at in regards to risk areas of that kind of thing. So we build it into our testing. If we ever do see or anticipate or have any issues with that, we would bring it forward to the correct level of the municipality as well. So, but like we said, not aware of any at this point, so.
Some significant areas of risks that have been identified are in revenue recognition. And in order to address that, we have an audit approach, as detailed here, which involves going through the revenue recognition process of the entity, as well as doing testing on revenue recognition. There's also a risk of management override of controls, as management is in a position that they can override controls, but we aren't aware of any of that. We also do testing of any areas that could occur, such as journal entry testing. And a new area of risk for this year is the asset retirement obligation liability, as this is a new standard that is coming into effect this year. There is additional risk related to that.
So these are, you guys would have seen this last year as well. These are very common risk areas, short of the asset retirement obligation, which is new this year. This is standard across all of our counties, municipalities that we do. These are significant areas that we look at and have addressed through our audit approach. We do have other areas of risk that we do, and the risk is the part where we drive our testing and things like that. So we just typically bring these ones forward, and they're very common as far as the size of municipality and counties out there that we have. So you're special, but not special, I should say.
Well, burst that bubble.
So now I will discuss the materiality of the audit. Materiality has been set for interim at $815,000, which is based on 2.75% of revenue. This drives our testing for the audit, so.
So the concept of materiality is it allows us to plan our testing, focus on areas that are significant in nature. The $815,000 is not a line in the sand, so to speak. We use that to be efficient through our audits. If we see other riskier areas that we need to test appropriately, we do so. Materiality's concept is basically if you have one set of financial statements and another, and they're different by approximately $115,000, you might make different decisions, right? So we're trying to mitigate those, users as far as that material or decision making goes. So it's a tool, audit tool that we use to be efficient through the audit and focus on the correct areas.
And this material may change when we do our final field work as well. Next, I'll go through the process of our audit, which begins with the scoping process for the entity, which is just a preliminary review of our knowledge of the entity and getting to know what has happened in the year. Then we move through to the identifying and assessing the risk areas. And of course, our process is cyclical, so we can move back through any of these processes as we move forward through our audit. Then we design our audit process, which is how we're going to test these areas that we've identified. And then we obtain the evidence and do our testing through working with management and gaining our supporting evidence. Then we form our opinion and communicate that opinion with council and those charged with governance.
The whole idea of this presentation with the circles, as Mitch always likes, is that it's an evolving process, right? If we get halfway through the audit, we determine there's other testing we do, we circle back, right? And basically are always looking at that from start to finish. We're always looking at what we're doing, make sure we're doing the appropriate testing, getting the right areas as far as risk go and things like that, So the rest of the presentation itself is kind of information about BDO and some of the service we have. I call it a little bit of propaganda, which is basically outlines what we have as far as things go. So we're not going to go through those specific slides. So I just want to open up for questions right now to finish off this part of the presentation. Is there any questions out there?
Councillor McGee.
I just wanted to review in really lay terms, simple language. Our audit that you've been explaining with these slides is done to give administration, counselors, residents, taxpayers the assurance that nothing has ever had an opportunity to be at risk. So it's not because there is a red flag that we have one, but that you're ensuring that we don't, primarily.
Yeah, so our whole audit planning process is designed specifically around the users of the financial statements, whether that's,
Just sorry to interrupt. The first thing is it's a compliance thing. It has to be done every year. The MGA says so. So it's not something specifically coming in that we have to do here, right? So that's the starting point of that. So.
yeah. So because we're engaged and required to do that, our goal is to ensure that any users of the financial statements, any concerns that they might have in this situation, risks related to the audit are fully addressed within a reasonable assurance timeframe. To basically make sure that we're addressing anything that could potentially come up with the municipality specifically that could potentially be incorrect or in error. Our job is to come in there and make sure that the financial statements are free from material misstatement so that users or readers of the financial statements can get reliance that these numbers are in fact what they should be.
And that's the key here is it's at a financial statement level, right? So if a ratepayer comes in and wants to see financial statements, they're within the rate standard, they're not materially misstated, they're correct in all of those regards, right? So, but it is at a financial statement level, right? So we're looking at all the components, all the disclosures, things like that, so.
Does council have any other questions for the audit team?
Making it easy on us, that's good.
Yeah? Well, you haven't started yet, so.
Fair enough, and that's true, we'll be back again.
Yeah.
So.
No, I mean, thank you very much for bringing forward the information. As much as we talk about fraud, that is one of the big things in government. And, I mean, yeah, you have to be aware, you have to know whether there is fraud being instigated, but there isn't. We've been very efficient with our bookkeeping and what have you, and
Absolutely. We have no incidents as far as things go. We've been with you guys for quite a while, so we've never had any issues in that regards. And like I said, it's part of an audit that a component of audit that's typical of anything that we do. We have to be
well, it's
aware of
mandated,
it.
so
Exactly.
we're on the hook, you're on the hook, so
Absolutely.
that's how it works.
That's the way it works.
Okay, is there anything else? Yes, Reeve King.
I just have more a comment than anything else, and appreciate the fact that you're here today. And I know you have a good working relationship with our finance side of the team here. And I just want to put a shout out to them in terms of how much we appreciate the work that they do every day on our behalf. And when you come in, you just add to that workload a little bit. It's
Yes,
for
we
a
can.
very specific purpose, and that's to ensure that things are on the level and the way they should be. And so I appreciate the fact that you're here, and I just also want to acknowledge our own financial side of things and the work they do every day.
Absolutely. I'll echo
How
that
much
too.
we appreciate that.
Yeah, to add to that, I've been working with Marika a few years now. She's phenomenal. She's great. She helps us. She goes over and beyond what she really needs to sometimes to make sure everything is transparent. She's great that way. And with the new addition of Ashley, she's very easy to talk to. Communication's very open. So you guys have an awesome team and people that clearly care about the municipality. So we appreciate that as well. So thank you.
Well, we like to make your jobs easier.
Yes, we
I
appreciate
know
that.
our staff likes to make your jobs easier. And we appreciate what they do too, so it's awesome.
So that's it for our presentation, this part. If we want to kind of move on to the next step, that'd be awesome.
Sure. Closed session? We have advice from officials, FOIP-Section 2.4. Would someone like to put us into closed session? Councillor Christie?
So moved.
All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And we'll wait to go off air. And then Mitchell. And a safe trip home.
We're back live? Nope.
Are we back up and running, Carolyn? We are. All righty. All right, we came out of closed session at 10 a.m. We've let the gallery refill or empty, one or the other. And it is 10:01, and we will bring the meeting back to order. Is Jenna joining us? Okay,
So
so I will give you a few minutes.
we can go ahead. I do have to let you know, I'm going to step out at 10:30, but Jenna and Kevin will take over and handle things from there, and I'll be listening, so.
So don't talk about you while you're gone, is that where you're going?
I think she's just
Only good
trying to
things.
apologize that you're going to have to listen to me speak again.
Yeah, that's really it.
Yeah, you guys know how to run a show, don't you? All right, so we are back in session. Is there anything to do with the category 2 options from council before we move on to the category 3? I'm not seeing anything from category 2, so
Okay.
go ahead, Ms. Sherlock and Ms.
On-
Gester.
On to category 3. So this is, I separated this from the Open Farm Days initiatives because this is something that can take place outside of Open Farm Days and could be something of our own. So this is kind of a promotion and celebration of local agriculture. This was something that was discussed in the Ag Service Board meeting. So looking at, as stakeholders, local agriculture and our local community, and the audience would be a little bit different than the Open Farm Days initiatives in that it would be really targeted to local residents and local visitors and for our local agriculture producers. And so the strategic link for that would be delivering a level of service for our residents, as well as there would be some economic resilience components just through the promotion of local to local. And so this category 3 would be an Aggie Day event. So looking at a rotating event that could go throughout different communities each year, featuring representatives from different commodity groups, ag retailers, processors, the ag clubs, to interact with the attendees and kind of present on their part in agriculture and food development, as well as be a part of that celebration component. So there would be a little bit of the education, a little bit of the celebration, kind of coming in together into this rotating event. So similar things, they do have Aggie Days in Calgary, of course. That's more geared towards the kind of same initiatives as Open Farm Days, where you're marketing to non-farms. But there's also Mountain View County has a similar event. As well as I believe Lacombe County might have something similar too. And really they just try to bring all the different components. They have, the egg producers, the beef producers, the pork producers, the poultry producers, all those different groups kind of each have a little booth to kind of talk about what they do, the farms in the area that have their components, and then provide that education piece. One of the things that's actually taking place at Catherine's school down at Rocky View, they did it this past summer, and they're doing it again, is they did it more as a kid-centered Aggie Day thing, and so they've brought all the kids through, and they all got to see, and it gives the opportunity for those kids that we're trying to retain in our local agriculture community, to give them that exposure to, you know, you don't just have to do the farm that mom and dad have. There's a whole world of ag and all sorts of opportunities. And then as well as giving the opportunity for people to get to know kind of what their neighbors do and the different practices, because, you know, even between beef producers, one practice to another is completely different. So allowing for that network and that celebration to occur. So this would be, again, really dependent on the scale of what we wanted to do and how we wanted to deliver it, how much we wanted to put in, how much we wanted to get some of our other local groups involved, and of course the facilities that we would be looking at. So there would be, of course, the staff time for planning and development, the different marketing aspects of it, trying to get it out into the hands of our ratepayers, as well as any type of entertainment or attractions that we wanted to put in. Again, those are really the costly things that comes to, that can go from a little bit to a lot, and that's really up for your input. And then having that barbecue component as something that's accessible to all within the community, as well as the facility rentals, depending on where and how we go. If we did do something as a rotating event where we're going to our different communities, then this may be an option. So, and we will talk about some of the different opportunities for locations after we've gone through category 4 with some of the community celebration stuff as well. But this would be, again, really centered on ag and an ag promotion and ag celebration.
So would you be possibly open to partnering with other communities?
Absolutely.
The
And
only reason I'm asking is because I know Acme has a steer show on their sports day. So that is something that, you know, could be part of it. But if we can bring in some other, like our side of it, and even host a supper for whatever the $10 or whatever it costs to do a barbecue kind of stuff, because I know that part's been missing at the local sports days, but just throwing stuff out there. I mean, if there's something going, participating in it would probably enhance the experience, so.
Absolutely. And one of the things that we do have in the community celebration type stuff is some connection back to the sports days as well. But that's where, you know, the a la carte, we make it what you want it. So, you know, if that's something that you want to incorporate the Aggie Days with the sports days, then we can do that. It's as big as you can dream, sort of thing. So, yeah. Any other questions on an Aggie Day specific event or suggestions?
Councilor Petter.
Like, I know our ag societies have to hold so many ag events a year, so partnering with them a little bit would help them out too when they have to do their reporting back to the government. Sports days and that are an awesome idea. Everyone's sports day is a little bit different. I take Carbons to Acme, and Acme for sure, an agricultural thing would work great. Maybe in Carbon it won't. They're more into the athletic side of their sports days around. But I mean, that doesn't mean we couldn't partner with somebody at a different time of the year. Like I had brought up at the Ag Service Board, they do a day for the school kids. Well, that could be a day for the community, not just the school kids, you know. So I love partnering with, as much as we can with our ag societies, that's for sure.
Any other comments, questions, suggestions? Ready to flip a page?
Yeah.
Got a few more to flip.
With that, it's Jenna's turn.
We'll give you a bit of a break, Fallon.
And I might leave.
before you leave on a jet plane. Okay, so category 4 is kind of talking about the community celebration that we've just been discussing. So the stakeholders here would be our local communities, audience would be the local residents, and the strategic links would be the level of service, effective leadership, and the quality of life. And so the options for category 4, first one would be to build a community event trailer for local groups to rent. And option B, host meal at an existing local event in support of charity. And we'll show you this list of events that are happening around the region right now. Option C, participate in existing local events as a booth and or sponsor. And this list is coming up. And option D, host a resident invitational celebration event. So we'll look in more in depth into the options here. Option A, community event trailer. Resources would be capital equipment, rental, coordinating, cleaning and upkeep time, maintenance and repairs. And our estimated cost there would be $125,000. The success would be the number of events used and number of meals served. Our leads there would be operations department helping with the setup and whatnot, and economic development. And then option B, host a meal at an existing community event in support of charity. The resources here would be planning and coordination time and the barbecue supplies or other meal that we would want to put on. The estimated cost here would be approximately $5,000 per event. And success indicators, number of meals served, and the lead would be all of community services. Option C, participate in existing local events as a booth and or sponsor. So we would need booth supplies, swag, and sponsorship and registration. And the events will be dependent on what we're participating in. So the number of events would lead in our success, and who participated in it and who supported it. Community services would be that lead. And then down at the bottom, option D, host a resident invitational celebration event. And this would require planning and development time, marketing, entertainment and attractions, meal supplies, facility rentals. And our estimated cost here would be $20,000 to $50,000. Number of attendees would show our success, and the lead again would be community services there.
Councillor Cunningham.
You're probably going on to the community events next, but I'm just wondering how we would garner what events are happening. I think I did notice in our council notes that you will be attending Chamber of Commerce. There's just a couple of things I noticed here. Three Hills never hosts their parade on the same day as Trochu. So that would have to be updated. And then I do know there's a few other events that would need to be added. So would you be asking for input from the community, or how would you be collecting these community events?
So there could be a few different options. If we did go with this, it might be as simple as we would show the community what resources we have to offer them, and they could apply for different things or ask for our resources to help them out. So it could be a number of ways that we could have people apply to it.
It could also be a direction from council as to where you want to see those services go.
Kevin.
Thank you, through the chair. This category 4 option is basically us being a resource to promote community growth. We're giving them tools to be able to participate. We can be as involved as council would like, or as distant as they would like, in order for them to provide these events. The trailer, for one thing, shows a very high cost. And we purposely put the high cost in there. It could be as low as $35,000. We're looking at it all encompassing, could potentially have different options in it depending on what council would like to go with. We're trying to find events or opportunities to bring community together, which is one of the reasons why this category was put in there. There are opportunities for booth and promotion, community promotion, similar to the trailer. I'm thinking of a wrap that really, you know, promotes Kneehill County, potential business sponsorships, different things like that that we can incorporate within understanding Kneehill and moving the ECDEV and kind of partnering with that type of atmosphere. So again, like we said, a la carte, anything could be adjusted to council's wish. We're throwing some ideas out there. If there's certain events that we feel that might be better suited with other opportunities, there's definitely some synergies and marriage between all different categories. So this is just showing underneath the category 4 of basically the community-based approach. Thank you.
Reeve King.
So I guess I have a question related to meals and costs of meals. We've done our ratepayer events and we've done the suppers associated with the municipal development plan engagement that we're doing. What kind of costs are involved in those events? Do we have an idea of what those are catered events, and so do we have an idea of what those costs are?
Through the chair, if you give me 2 minutes, I can find the most recent one that we just did for the MDP. If you wouldn't mind just having more conversation, I'll go run and get that information.
Okay, that's fine. Just one of the things I'm thinking about is those are relatively maybe limited events in terms of what our expectation would be. And so if we were going to put on a come one, come all community barbecue event, it might be anybody's guess, right? We could have from 5 to, if everyone in the county came, 5,000. So, you know, the predictability in some of that type of event becomes more difficult. And so I just was curious as to kind of costs, like in the ratepayer engagement nights that we have no idea, and so we're kind of.
Thank you through the chair. There's a major difference between catering the event in this way and having a barbecue. At times, a barbecue, we usually go per head, no different from the caterer, but it's a different product at a different cost. So, you know, we have the availability. I think and it's just a high estimate depending on what product and what you'd like to pertain or go forward. And if you want to use producers in the area to actually supply. So there's multiple opportunities here. But if we look conservatively at $20, $25 per head, per participant showing up, I think that would be a reasonable cost for a barbecue.
Well, the thing with us putting on an event like this, we have all the health and safety and all of those things. So if we're just slapping burgers on a barbecue, there's inherent risks there as opposed to if someone's coming in and managing that event on our behalf. And so the risk shifts from us to them somewhat.
Correct.
Mr. Hogan.
Just to follow up on that question, in council's approved budget, you've got $15,000 for the ratepayer evening, so that's roughly $7,500 per event. Now that $7,500 would include some hall rental and some of those other things as well. That's not pure catering, right? There's other costs associated with that, but those 2 evenings that you do, there's $15,000 in your budget that are slated for those, which is typically about what's required.
Reeve King.
I guess just one of the things I'm trying to assess here is if we were to do multiple events in multiple locations throughout the county, partnering with other communities or other community events that are going on, we could be looking at a substantial amount of money for one. And secondly, there is no cost recovery involved. Plus we talked about the farm market events going multiples and, our staff time, there's some efficiencies there, but there's costs every time we do that. And so I'm just trying to get a handle on where, that's a big window, $20,000 to $50,000, I guess. So I'm just trying to get an understanding of where that potentially could end up.
Oh, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, and through the chair, I just want to express that, like, all the conversations within costing is definitely, we'll tighten that up when we bring it back to council for options and considerations as we do our homework in the background to understand the intent of the event and how big and some of the intricacies that may be required, and we'll be able to understand a little bit more detail of the level of effort from staff as well. So there's a lot of undetermines right now within the conversation, and I do apologize for that, but it really depends on how extravagant or how simple we want the events to move forward. And I also received a costing of approximately $4,000 for the last event. Thank you.
That would be the one in Trochu?
That would be correct.
It would be a lot more.
30 maybe. Okay, is there any more discussion on this? Yes, Councillor Cunningham.
So not so much on the actual premise of this, but just kind of following up what Councillor Penner said, I'm huge as well on partnerships. And I think even if we don't get involved necessarily in the existing community events, I would really like to see us promote those events. That's a quality of life for our residents. So I think whether we use our social media platform, which has quite a large following, those type of things, I would just really like to see us maybe do a little bit more to promote those community events and show the activities that are going on within our area.
Okay, we ready to flip a page here? Nobody argued, so let's do it.
So, yeah, we brought back again the existing community events. And this is just a general list that we pulled together. I know there's some missing, like the steer show and whatnot. So the possibilities are endless here on what we can do. And I'll fix the Three Hills Parade as well too. So the next slide, potential county event locations. There's many areas in our region that we can have the ability to host things. So this is a general list of the facilities that we have and inside and outside and whatnot, if we ever want to explore this as well too for any events that we want to host.
And just included in your package there was this list with some more elaboration on each site, just down to the facilities and the what's available there and the feasibility of, why there or why not there. So,
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. I also would like to express that, some of the logistics that may be involved because a lot of these facilities are used. So even if we're trying to go forward with an event, for example, at the Keevers Lake campground, people are camping year round in that area, and to put on the event and potential parking and implications there, we'd really have to determine feasibility of site and what events are actually happening in those. As well as when we look at the individual events in there, we could say we want to partner with those individuals. We need a willing partner on the other side. So, and it all depends on what that looks like and the level of effort they may need to put forward to have us participate as well.
Are we good here?
Okay, move on. So the next category, local economic development showcase. So this will kind of run into the same lines along as the long table dinner, kind of a marquee event. So the stakeholders would be local tourism, businesses, entrepreneurs, developers, political representatives, and audience would run along the same lines as that. And our strategic link would be economic resilience. So this category would be the kind of the showcase dinner here. It would be a singular event similar to the long table dinner to bring in interested parties and showcase what Horseshoe Canyon and Kneehill County have to offer. The resources here would be planning and development time, facility support, marketing, entertainment and attractions, and the infrastructure to upgrade an option of having a pavilion, an approximate cost there, $350,000 to $400,000. So the cost of the event estimated at $60,000 is probably low, you know, depending on the actual event that we'll be putting on. And the success indicators here would be the number of attendees and future of development and all the investment results that we would get as a result of that. And the lead would be economic development there.
And just to clarify on that infrastructure upgrade, again, that would be something that would come in the Horseshoe Canyon discussion as well. Looking at a permanent pavilion site there instead of the tent setup that's been utilized. So just for clarification on that.
Comments, concerns? Reeve King.
It's a process.
Yes, it is.
So one of the things related to this category 5, in my conversation again with our MLA, he suggested, in light of some of the discussion that's going on around Horseshoe Canyon and its development, that if we were to go forward with the long table again this year, that we get the event on the calendar soon and we make sure that we invite Minister Shaw and Minister Jones, so tourism and sport and economic development, and have them at that event to really showcase Horseshoe Canyon and the potential of its development, and to showcase the opportunities for economic development within Kneehill County. He felt that to have the minister and deputies there would really go a long ways towards helping them understand what the potential is in that area. And so he says, if you're going ahead, let me know and we'll make sure we get those invitations out and we'll make sure that we get them there. And the other thing he said is that if we, related to the Horseshoe Canyon conversation, is if we're looking for support provincially, that he certainly would advocate strongly on our behalf to make sure things happen in a positive way. So just adding those comments that if we're going to expand and think about the long table and the market in a different way and potentially changing venues and whatever, to showcase that location to the ministers who are specifically involved. And that was his suggestion anyway.
Oh, Mr. Gannon, and then I'll get to you, Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you through the chair. Where we see this event as an ECDEV item is as we come forward with the Horseshoe Canyon plan and understand where council wants to go on that. There can be conception boards that are created in that event. You're attracting business individuals that potentially want to be part of that development or invest in the future of Horseshoe Canyon, as well as the political realm, to ensure that, you know, people are talking back and forth. So it would be kind of a different event where we're not attracting people, the general population to the event. It would be strategically trying to find those business avenues and bringing them together to have that conversation and also see what the concepts and council's vision for the area is. That's how we would see that type of event and understand that we could put it where we're showcasing also product from the region, but we can also just make it a strictly catered event with which might facilitate a different type of meal response or ability. It's more about presenting Horseshoe Canyon at that point than the ag portion of it, but you definitely can do both.
Councillor Cunningham.
All right, so I appreciate the comments from MLA Cooper, but I don't want our ratepayers to have to foot the bill for a $60,000 plus long table dinner just to host a couple ministers. I know there would be more to that, but I would rather see us do a more economical way to have those. I mean, we could have the ministers out, we can invite them out, take them on a tour, take some kind of we use one of our vendors and have a lunch down there or whatever, but I am not in favor of hosting it just in hopes that we might see some provincial dollars. So I think there's more economical ways for us to engage the ministers. Just my thoughts on that.
Okay, any other comments, concerns, suggestions? Councillor Penner.
Just further up to both conversations there to do with the ministers and that, until you're in that atmosphere of a function, I think there's more of that ambience or whatever, where there's I can suggest to people to go down there and visit it and look at it and walk around and, you know, but even our guests, like even my own husband, he would never have looked at it that way that he did when he sat at that table and just to see, he took the time, you had to sit and just take the time, you know, to not just eat the meal, but you can just see the environment. And so I do see both sides here. And until you actually, there's no use driving someone somewhere. I can drive them to the Orkney Lookout too, it's great. But you can sit there and then you can really see how special these locations are.
Well, I can see value in bringing ministers to an event at Horseshoe Canyon. I mean, after all, it is the province that is looking to develop tourism outside of the Banff-Jasper corridor. They are looking to bring them into central Alberta, into the Badlands. Until you experience what we've experienced over the past few times that we've had the long table dinner, there's been a lot of positive comments coming out of the people that attend that. If you want to get the province involved in possibly helping to fund or promote, I think you need the provincial ministers there to see it firsthand and to feel the ambiance. And I think you have to have something to keep them there for longer than 15, 20, half an hour. I think to sit down and be able to even have that a decent show of some sort and the ability to speak with them and to see the people, other people that are attending, have the opportunity for a discussion. I think I think it might well be worth the money, but not sure when to host the event. Preferably on a day where it's not raining or windy.
Or how often to host the event, that's a big question too,
Yes.
so.
Yes.
And we did discuss that this event might be every 2 or 3 years too, depending on the size of it as well. So that could be talked about as well.
Yeah. Mr. Gannon?
As we go through the feasibility study for Horseshoe Canyon and the Horseshoe Canyon Master Plan, that will open more of an opportunity to see a marriage between what council is looking at doing with Horseshoe Canyon and how do you promote or provide an opportunity for investment or those directions of where you would like to see that envelope move towards. So, you know, everything is, it will take time to provide the atmosphere, the networking, the opportunity to do this. So if we're shifting from a growing Kneehill event to this being a neck driver, I'm not sure that this year will provide that opportunity, as we still have to go through the Horseshoe Master Plan and approve that, find out how that feasibility study is doing, and open those conversations of investors and providing that atmosphere. I want to make sure that if council does decide move in this direction, that we have all those boxes ticked, that we have good participation, and we understand exactly the direction that council wishes to go with Horseshoe Canyon.
Reeve King?
I don't necessarily disagree with any of the comments being made around the appropriateness of the timing. And I think there's some information that we need in terms of, you know, how serious is the province in terms of their conversations that they've maybe or maybe not initiated. I'm really interested to see what comes out of the tourism summit that Councillor Christie and McGee and some of our staff are attending, and just that'll help us gauge somewhat the province's interest, Tourism Alberta's interest, and others' interest in Horseshoe Canyon and its potential development, as well as all the other plans we have in place to do the background work necessary. The comments I made regarding the two ministers is if we ultimately decide that we're moving forward and intend to showcase Horseshoe Canyon in a very positive light, I can't think of a better event than the one we currently have had there. And whether that happens this year, next year, or whenever, economic development and tourism advancement in Kneehill County, all of those things are going to cost money. And so we as a council need to be prepared to spend money to promote and develop interest in, unless we're prepared to spend all the money to do all the development ourselves. And my understanding is, from conversation at this council table, is that's not necessarily there. The willingness isn't there. So we have to develop the partners. And we have to have those conversations, and that's going to take time. And I recognize that. But to close the door and say that it's not possible or that we never will do that, I think is a missed opportunity. So that's all I'm saying. I think I made myself quite clear during the Ag Service Board meeting in terms of opportunities to say we don't necessarily always just have to look at the country market and or the long table. That's not the only opportunities that are available to us. And so are there other opportunities, and what are the costs? We need to figure those things out and what those partnerships look like as well. So this is a big conversation. I don't think it ends here today. So.
Councillor Penner?
I don't think the county or councillors are any different than private business or organizations in inviting ministers or whoever involved or possible investors or whoever to events. I think that's just good business to invite people. And like I said, it doesn't matter if you're private business or if you're an organization, whatever, social housing or whoever, to invite people that have something that pertain to the business that you're running or organization that you're running. So I think it's, you got to put those feelers out there, and it's going to cost to invite some of those people to these events, but that's just good business in my books.
Councillor Cunningham.
I'll just weigh in one last time and then I'll call it a day on this one. I agree, Councillor Penner, but private business, that's your pocket. That's not the ratepayer's pocket. So there's a little difference there. I just, time and time again, I've been told from our residents, they can't afford this event. It is out of their reach. And they would like to see it something more accessible for everyone and not just those limited few that can afford it. And I just have to say, I hear it a lot. So I just want to make sure that's passed on.
And I'm getting to, we're not necessarily just talking about the event. It's just Horseshoe Canyon going forward and what we do. We don't have this event written in stone, and we're having great discussions around it. My point is just out there for economic development going forward, to bring stuff into here. We've got to bring the stakeholders in and those interested into the business plan. So, and I understand it's ratepayer money and whatnot else, but sometimes you got to have a bit of a vision as a council that you hope for the best. Sometimes things don't always work out, but you hope for the best with your vision that there will be a reward in the end.
Reeve King.
And I guess I think that's where I was going. Councillor Penner is, to say that as we had this conversation around Horseshoe Canyon, as we have the conversation about tourism and economic development within Kneehill County, we need to have very specific objectives and ideas about what it is we might like to accomplish. And then if we were to do a showcase type event like this, we need to have a very specific purpose to it, and we need to have a very specific audience that we're asking to come to that event. And it's going to cost money for us to do that. Hopefully the end result is that it brings business and opportunity within our county and will return the opportunity costs, if we want to call them that, in terms of tax revenue long term as those business develops and as potential opportunities move within Kneehill County. We're talking, in some ways we're talking two very, very, very different events. And so the economic and tourism development side of this conversation is very, very different than the celebration of ag and an event that celebrates what's happening currently within Kneehill County as far as our ag entrepreneurs are concerned, as far as the different ag businesses that exist within this county, and then just to celebrate and offer an opportunity for our residents to get together and acknowledge what's happening here. Those are very, very different events and very, very different objectives. The reality is for the ratepayer to understand both of those cost money. And both of them are going to have some opportunity costs associated with them. But the reality is if that's what ratepayers need and or want to have happen, then as a council, we need to be looking at those things. And so in our Ag Service Board conversation, I said, you almost have to take the long table dinner and the country market off the table to allow yourself to think beyond those two things. And what do those opportunities that are available to us look like once we kind of say, okay, maybe those events aren't what our focus is, so what do the other opportunities look like? And if it is a multiple event country market, if it's just a celebration of local entrepreneurs and what's happening in ag in Kneehill County, so be it. Those are the things that we need to be looking at as a council to say, are those opportunities? What are the costs of those opportunities, and how do we facilitate making them happen? And so there is two really very different conversations that we're involved in here. One, I think, is going to be a very long conversation going forward around Horseshoe Canyon. It's what the master plan looks like, what tourism looks like in Kneehill County. I was very interested to see at the Trochu event on the municipal development plan that the concept of Kneehill County spending money on tourism and economic development wasn't poo-pooed and tossed out the window, but it was actually supported. So there is support for what we're talking about within the ratepayer base. We just have to figure out how we match our expectations with their expectations. And that's a conversation that's not a short, for sure.
Councilor Christie?
I guess Horseshoe Canyon's a beast by itself. It has people coming now, and we need to develop that somehow, and it's gonna cost some money to do that, but the people are already coming. Not many business proposals have traffic out before they start. We have the traffic that's going by there that has potential to enhance our community. And I think that's terribly important that we don't overlook that.
Councilor McGee?
Just for conversation piece, could I ask to go in camera? I want to just give you a bit of information that came from that training I was at that is a little bit confidential yet at this point, but I think might help us understand some of our choices.
So you're asking to go into
So I'm making a
closed session?
motion, closed session, it'll be less than 5 minutes.
So we would be under FOIP-Section 27, privileged information, would that be correct?
Usually like 23, 27.
Your estimate of time?
27, okay. So you've made a motion to go into closed session to deal with privileged information under FOIP-Section 27. I'll call the vote, all those in favor, carried unanimously. We're back live, alrighty. We came out of closed session at 10:55. We've given the opportunity for the gallery to refill. It is now 10:57, and I will bring the meeting back to order. What page are we on?
Summary categories.
We're going to be moving to the summaries of the categories.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with the amount of fruitful conversation as we see, we purposely placed 5 categories in there because we believe that they deserve an audience of their own and an understanding of their own. As we did this, we understood there's overlap. We understood that there's good synergies and good marriages between certain categories and opportunities that pertained to those areas. So as we move forward and we get council's understanding of where they want to move forward, we might want to start with is what don't you like, and maybe narrow the field that way, and then understand where we can go moving forward and bring options back to council. And we're looking at if there's something that's also has not been discussed as an opportunity, we would like to have that opportunity of discussion today to ensure that we all have ideas, we all have opportunities and thoughts, and you get to hear the ratepayers' point of view on a lot of different aspects that we may not see as administration. So if there's something that you feel is not listed or not even considered, or you feel should be considered, we would like to hear those options from council as well. So I'll open the floor at this point to start with some of those conversations and see what areas council may like, what areas they don't, what was discussed in today that you would like us to move forward with, and look at tightening those numbers or what that would look like, and be a little bit more dynamic in the presentation of the intricacies or detail providing forward to council at the next meeting.
Well, I like all the ideas. So to throw one away would be, in my view, would not be fruitful. But that being said, we can't do all of this stuff. So what we can do is maybe start small and work our way up. I like the idea of partnering with local, whatever you want to call it, local agricultural groups. And just kind of be as not necessarily a leader, but just to help them and support them. Councillor Penner.
So just furthermore to that, I like the idea of a trailer. I know it's not in the budget or anything for this year, but it is a big expense for the different organizations to have it, and then they use it 2-3 times a year and then it sits. Whereas if it's something that we as a county able to offer to any of these groups that are some of the potential community events that are happening, I really like the trailer idea. And I know there are a few around the county, and they are a bit of a headache for the people that have them, and I know they would love to get rid of them. But it's more because it's volunteer based. We have employees that I think they could be looked after and monitored a little bit better than the volunteer organizations that have those trailers.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you. We agree there's lots of opportunity with the trailer, and it's not just to the community groups out there. It's internally as an organization, we have the opportunity to use this in every facet and every opportunity. If we're trying to hold our own event, our own showcase, we have something that we can use that is the staplehood of offering some food, some swag, some opportunity, depending on how extravagant. I've seen different businesses actually have and I'm not suggesting going this way, but having a semi-trailer where a stage comes out and it's all encompassing, and then there's food and everything that goes with that. But they're highly promoted. They tour around the country in that type of aspect. So I'm looking at Kneehill countyizing something where it provides long-term opportunity, because when you're investing in something like that, we're not looking just in the near future, the 1 to 2 years, we're looking at the 20 years of the life cycling of that piece of equipment, of how many times a year are we going to use it, what events can our organization use it to go and promote Kneehill County and promote the opportunity. How can we use it in order to move ECDEV or bring events here? How can we give it, loan it to community-based groups to help with their fundraising, help with the opportunities, help with their ability to do that? And absolutely, we feel, even though we haven't contacted our infrastructure team directly on that, but those uniqueness of what they can and cannot do will be explored if that's some direction that council would like to go in. And as I stipulated before, we don't need to buy brand new. We could find some used ones out there, but we're going to have to be extremely careful of what we get and ensure our team and the evaluation is strong, because I really do not want to buy something that we're going to be spending a lot of money into fixing it over the years because we didn't do a proper evaluation.
So the man van without the rubber gloves.
I will quote that, Deputy Reeve. Thank you.
Councillor Cunningham.
Not against the idea of a trailer, but I would just want to ensure that there's nobody local, business-wise, that rents these out, because I don't want to go into competition with businesses locally. And I don't know the answer to that, whether somebody does or doesn't.
Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you. Through some of the preliminary that we've looked at is that we don't see any rentals. There might be some sales of, basic utility trailers and such. It is quite a specialized type of unit, and because of the licensing and the health requirements and the insurance and things like that, a lot of organizations really do not move this to this type. They either are a proponent that provides the service or they sell the equipment for it. We've tried to look at it. I'm not saying we've seen them all, but if there's a proponent out there that's listening today that this is exactly what they do, please reach out to us.
If we could just confirm that the rental shop doesn't own and rent them out, that would be perfect.
We can. Thank you.
Councillor Penner.
Sorry, Councillor King, you're going to say something? Go ahead. Just furthermore to that, I think the idea of me bringing this forward is sometimes can be a big expense to some of these organizations and groups, and I was looking at it more as this was a donation that the county is making to those individual events to try and minimize the cost of that rental, but it's nice still to reach out and see what's out there. But that was why I was bringing it forward, is because it is a cost to these groups, and a lot of them are having trouble keeping the doors open. So if it's something that we, as a county, with a bit of a vision that we would like to help the whole county out, all our organizations, this is one way of doing it.
Reeve King.
So I guess I'm not against any of the ideas, but I certainly would want to see some strong justification of why we're going to go whatever direction we choose to go in. The reality is no matter what we do, we are going to spend money. And if we're going to spend significant amounts of money, we better have significant justification for that. So I think that in terms of your categories, I think we could do an event this year that would satisfy pretty much all the parameters of 2, 3, and 4, but not necessarily coordinated with open farm days. That would give a local celebration to entrepreneurs and ag business. And personally, I would like to see an event like that because that's what we're being asked for. As far as category 1 and 5, I think we need more conversation and a more in-depth conversation related to those. So whether we decide to move forward with an event trailer or not, that's going to depend on costs and what that looks like. If our goal is to promote Kneehill County and to support the organizations within Kneehill County and to help facilitate their events by having a trailer like that, if it means at some point that we are slightly in competition with somebody else, if our objective is Kneehill County and promoting Kneehill County, then I maybe don't have a big problem with that. So I need to know what the justification is, the rationale behind why we're going to do what we're going to do, and how that's going to impact the ability of our local businesses and others to continue to do what they're doing. But we have to know what it is we want to do and why we want to do that. And then we have to know what that's going to cost us and what's that going to cost us, not only short term, but long term. And what we potentially are going to get back from that. So if it's an economically driven rationale, I need to see some numbers that said this is potentially what we're going to see back. And that applies to the same thing on Horseshoe Canyon and tourism development within Kneehill County. If we're going to invest dollars, what's the potential for that return? And what's that look like? So my thought is that if we are going to do something immediate this year, then I would like to see something that combines the objectives of categories 2, 3, and 4, potentially in a single event. And then the other thing I would like to say is I would really hate to see the loss of the country market at Horseshoe Canyon, even for 1 year. So somehow, how do we do this promotional event, and yet at the same time, how do we still facilitate the country market at Horseshoe Canyon? To me, those would be my objectives coming out of this conversation, and whether that's supported by council or not, I have no idea, but to me, those are the two things. I don't want to see the loss of the country market, and I would love to see something promoting locally. It's not a big showcase event.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. On a couple of the avenues, I'll go back to the trailer for one moment, is that our thought is a community-based support, and that there may be some form of securities held as long as the trailer is held back. So a program can be built and options of different programs can be provided to council for consideration if that's a tool we want to use. But as I said previously, the trailer, there could be multiple programs for that trailer. It has not just a singular option. It has multiple options depending on how we want to use that type of tool if we choose to purchase it, and the type of tool we choose as well. That offers different opportunities. As we look back on providing the market, administration, from our point of view, it might be feasible to, in order to get the justification, the information that council requires, or as Reeve King has mentioned, is providing a pilot project of this year of doing the market for 3 installments, 3 different months away from different events, and seeing what that participation is before we start doing some larger investments, such as finding some housing for that or creating some permanent infrastructure or things like that. We want to facilitate this in a fiscally responsible and a business type of atmosphere. We do have the opportunity of the land, putting power there. Power there is going to be an opportunity regardless of where we go for Horseshoe Canyon. So we're glad that we're going to have that. Once we put that in the ground, we'll be able to see what type of uptake and participation and level of effort that's required. So it might be, feasible to, give that option to council of, a pilot project for the market to see that move forward, as well as have this event separate on its side with options 2, 3, and 4, and different ways that looks. If that's the direction council wants to go at, is Horseshoe Canyon can come back as a separate conversation when we look at the Horseshoe Master Plan and the feasibility studies, and kind of narrow that gap of understanding what that investment attraction portfolio looks like. But all the community-based ag support promotional items under this envelope, and re-trigger what that could look like and where that would be. And that's another conversation I think that we need to have, is that if we do these events, what areas are a yes and what areas are a no? Because there's so many different opportunities within the county of how we can provide an event. And, we want to get maximum participation. If it's for the community, we need it based where the community is, where the majority is. So, as you said, the conversation was a single event. Having a single event potentially rotate, that could be an option. We can present that. But this is where we would really like an understanding of, it does make a difference as we logistically look at how we provide these options, is where do you want it as well?
Reeve King.
Well, if we're talking a single event in this current year, in my mind, it happens, and sorry to everybody else, it happens in Swalwell or Sunny Slope in year one. There's two very good facilities in those two locations, both of which are contained within Kneehill County proper. And I think there's an opportunity in either of those locations to do this kind of a local ag celebration event. And no matter where we're going to put it, we need to book something soon, otherwise they're all going to be booked. Our advantage is we can do it midweek without having to do it on a weekend. But I mean, no matter where we're going to put it, we need to have a venue booked. So in my mind, ideally, that's where we would end up in year one. And that might not make everybody happy, but that's my thought.
Councillor Panner.
I agree with everything you've said there. Just back to category 1, when we talk about the markets, it's kind of funny, both at the event in Trorshaw we just had in a meeting, and I was at last night, and I specifically asked, have you been to Horseshoe Canyon? No, but we'd love to. We've heard so much good about it. And then last night they said they wish we could have the market more often. They said to be there permanently is what they'd like, because then they can go down there anytime, not just on that day, go anytime. There was some extra stuff there. So I love the idea of having it June, July, and August. There's three dates out there. And for this year, the infrastructure may not be there for the power and whatever going forward here, but just for a trial to run three, just the markets down there. There is a bit of a cost, but we're just trying to get a feeler out there. Maybe the costs won't be as high once we've got the initial setup and know how it's going to work, or good and bad. But I do like the ag celebration in facilities that we do own.
Councillor Cunningham.
Well, I'll weigh in with my opinions, and I agree with Reeve King, so that's the second time in 2 years. No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, I would like to see us not do the showcase dinner, the long table dinner, whatever you want to call it, this year. Again, it's not saying that I'm not supportive of Horseshoe Canyon. Again, as you heard me say, I'm just hearing from people, they found it not affordable. I've mentioned before that I didn't attend the long table, but I did spend a good part of the day down there. Spent too much money probably with the vendor market people.
You helped pay the insurance.
Right, yeah. No, it was really good, and just being able to chat with people, grabbing lunch from the food truck, sitting and enjoying the view. So I think that we can promote Horseshoe Canyon without having the long table dinner or showcase dinner this year. It's not saying we're not doing it, it's just we're gonna just do a different way this year. Totally in agreement with the categories 2 through 4. I'd just like to see something different this year. And again, just going back to making it more accessible for people. Economic development's only going to happen if people are there and engaged. So let's make it accessible and open for people to actually come out and support our local vendors, however that looks this year. But yeah, definitely the market for sure.
Can I just?
Reeve King.
So again, I think that the potential of by having multiple events, there might be an opportunity for us to help in terms of the insurance side, or it might become more advantageous for our vendors to have a multiple time to insure themselves for rather than just one event. So I'm very supportive of that idea. The other thing I would say is if our ratepayers are telling us that they want to have some kind of more affordable celebration of ag, the key indicator that I'm going to be looking for when I'm there is the support for the people that we ask to come and promote their business at that event, and the promotion that we do for Kneehill County and the ag producers at that event. Indication to me is going to be if the ratepayers are saying they asked for this, I want to see them there. And so if we're going to set up to do these kind of localized celebrations of ag in Kneehill County and to celebrate local ag entrepreneurs, then I want to see our residents support that. And that's going to be major, major for me in terms of my support for an ongoing program of that type is our residents need to support and help those ag entrepreneurs in that environment. So that's, to me, we're going to spend money. We know we're going to spend money to promote that and to do that event. And we need to see the support from our residents.
Councillor McGee.
I agree fully with everything that's been said thus far. I like the event idea in Sunny Slope as well, though. I love the idea of having more than one market at Horseshoe Canyon, and that's a great way to promote the Horseshoe Canyon. I really agree with that. I just wanted to also add, I also love to see the locals support it. One of the reasons why I love the Horseshoe Canyon, though, is what I've always tapped into is we need to find other ways to generate dollars for our residents, for our businesses that come from people outside of Kneehill County. So there's only so far we can support our own businesses. We need those other communities to come in and be part of that engagement, and that's where the Horseshoe Canyon or those types of places are so awesome, because like Councillor Christie said, we have people from all over coming, leaving their money for our businesses in our area, and I think that's just a fantastic way of supporting people, because that just our own money isn't enough. We need beyond that.
Councillor Forbes.
I think one of the things this year, especially, is that advertising is going to have to be key, because there's so many people that think the long table is attached to this. So we're really going to have to get on top of that and make sure that our residents understand that we've heard what they've said and we're trying to change the way we're doing it so that everyone is inclusive and it isn't always just an elite against the low end guy. So I think advertising on all mediums is going to be super important if we're going to do that this year.
I think we have to take a recess. Our computer just died. Oh, okay. Good. Phew.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. From our experience with Horseshoe Canyon last year and trying to increase the amount of participation and viewer response, we're learning quite a bit on how our community engages, or better yet, how they do not. However, how they do communicate and what they do here has a hefty price to it. Using radio ads and using things of those nature, we've seen the increase in cost in order to do that, in order to promote those events. We've even heard from them, they're not listening to the mail outs that are going in with their utility, they're disregarding them. And the post on media, there's just so much that transfers through that. So I do agree that there needs to be a good marketing campaign for whatever direction council chooses. And we'll put those options of what we see as a high level as far as marketing goes. But again, until we actually talk to those individual companies or promoters, those costs can be pretty high. We know that last year, like I previously said, the radio ads were more expensive than what we would have liked.
Oh, Councillor McGee.
I really appreciate that. And unfortunately, I think the radio ads was very key. And so that's maybe not the radio we have to use. But I also am wondering, this is a question for administration. Have you considered, and are we able to consider sponsorship that could help with that? So I know every CAPE event that we've put on to attract people to be engaged in our businesses has come from lots of sponsorship for the meal or for the advertising costs, or they can name the specific thing, or we could give a budget to it and ask them to be sponsors for that event. I think that might be, so, people who might be looking to be part of our expansion program or our development programs, or people who already have a strong business here might be able to be participating in that piece. So I'd love to hear if that's even a feasible concept.
Thank you through the chair. Everything's always an opportunity. It's having the conversations of who's available and who's wanting to, and they also want to know what's in it for them. And we need to provide an opportunity to market their business and provide a good product and a good sponsorship viewer aspect for them, where there is a return or an opportunity for them. And some of the proponents that we've talked to in previous years that have come back to me is previous events that we've had at the Market that haven't shown a lot of fruit because of the lack of return business, or they weren't able to quantify it, or there was no mechanism in order to do that. However, we can ask those questions. We just need to see what the program looks like first, and then view on sponsorship opportunities within there. We'll always explore that. We love incorporating our community into our events and incorporating them into what we do. They help in every sense that they can, but we're also cognizant of those who have a lower share value and need our support as well for advertising and promotion. So, it's a gentle mix of both, but we'll definitely explore those opportunities as we come back to council for a little bit of polishing of what these events could look like.
Councillor Forbes.
As long as we are also mindful that while we're out getting people to come on board with us, there are a lot of nonprofit organizations within our borders that are doing the same thing. So we have to remember, as the county, it's just easier for us to get to put in for a budget and have that budget be used for that. I am for sponsorship, I'm not saying I'm not, but we also have to be mindful that there are organizations that don't get the same type of influx of money as the county does.
Councillor Penner.
Just a question to put out there to administration. We like the idea of three markets, three different markets. Is there any way of finding out from the insurance company that we use if they can be under us at that location, and then to make phone calls to the vendors that were there last year? Would this be something they're interested in? If they straight out say once is enough or whatever, that makes up my decision pretty quick. Yeah. But if they say, oh, for sure we'd be interested, but this is, there's this major cost of insurance and whatever else they might tell you. Can we do that on a quick turnaround? Not today, but on a quick turnaround.
In the next 5 minutes.
Mr. Hogan?
I think the short answer is yes. Again, not today, but yes, we can look into that. And I think the intent here is that we know what we've heard, and this is what I want to clarify. Council's interested in multiple market events, country market events. I think that's what we've heard is the endorsement of council. I think at this point, we can go back and we can look into the various options on that because there's other, there might be opportunities through the county. So we can pose that question to our insurance. I think that we could get relatively quickly. There might be other options where, you know, maybe there's a different group in the area that would actually take on that event and run it for us. So I'm not going to, I guess maybe I am going to put them on the spot, but it's not my intent to. Is this something that, you know, if we threw a grant at the Three Hills and District Chamber of Commerce, if they'd be interested in running with for us? Maybe, right? I've seen other chambers of commerce do events and programs like that. So there might be a different group beyond that that could, right? That we're not going to be able to explore necessarily within a week, but it might be a delivery mechanism that we could look into.
It actually may be a thing that's not necessarily this year, but future years. This year we might be taking it on ourselves, but then we work out that there is a group out there that would love to run that for us. So.
And that's correct. Is I think if we're looking at the three market, or say, then we're using the number 3. So I think we're kind of honing in on that. But if we're using the idea that we're going to try and run 3 markets, you might run those and see how it goes. Is you put the money in and you that money what you might see out of that is that money provides education rather than something else at the end. And what I mean by that is you might run the 3 markets and see, you know what, it's not worth continuing that program in the future. But now we know. Or you might find that, you know what, it's really worth continuing that in the future. And so that's part of the, you guys have talked about it in this discussion in various ways without using the term, is a lot of the stuff you do in this ECDev world is going to be risk. Right, is you're going to put some money in and you might not always get it back out. And that's the nature of economic development. It's the nature of business. So you've got a risk component. So some of it's your tolerance level. And if we come back with an idea of what multiple markets would look like once a month, we'll know pretty quick if there's interest in that. So there'll be trigger points along the way that if we're just not getting the interest, then we might come back to you and say, look, we're not getting the interest. That tells us the merits of the program, right? Or we might say, okay, we've got the interest, and at the end of it all, the vendors come back and say, look, we're not interested next year because we didn't make the gains we needed to, right? So we were able to deliver it. We're not going to know that until it's done, right? And have that data in there. So you do run the risk that it's this is the nature of a pilot project. We haven't used that term, but it's kind of what I think you're leading towards. So I mean, we can, again, there's some details there we can work out, but I think if, unless Mr. Gannon has something to add, we know that's an interest level of council. I think we've seen the broad support of it among the group. We can go forth and build a proposal and a budget to bring back to you.
Well, I think like Councillor Penner had stated earlier, number 1, we should probably go back to the attendants or the vendors and see if there's any interest in them running it 3 times. Because it would sure be, I mean, if they've got an interest in doing it, it'll make our side a lot easier to work with. If there's no interest on their side, then what do we do? Councillor Penner.
Sorry, and like Councillor McGee said earlier, sometimes the vendor don't see the result that day. It takes multiple times. So it's no use us asking the question after this event, the day after the 3rd one we have. We got to give them a little while just to see what the feedback or the results long-term have been for their business. So.
Councillor McGee.
Having said that, I don't want to close our minds to having to participate in all 3. So if we could have a core group that says, yes, this is great, but that we maybe have another 20 that only come at various 1 or 2 of them according to what their needs are as well. And I also think if we do that, we might be able to branch out a bit further as to what we have there if we don't have a lot of interest. So there's lots of creativity on how to expand, I think.
I would agree. Reeve King.
I hear lots of talk about partnerships and developing partnerships. The unfortunate experience I've had at Kneehill County is that when our partners talk to us about partnerships, they are not interested in cost or liability. They're interested in advantage. And so if we are going to expand our pursuit of partners in whatever endeavor, whether that's future of Horseshoe Canyon, whether that's country market, whether that's whatever it happens to be, we need a clear understanding of partnerships and what that means to both parties. And so I'm 100% in favor of us doing this. I think we need to move forward to learn lessons, as our CAO has talked about. There's an opportunity cost, but there's also a chance to learn something. So let's go forward. Let's move forward. Let's get a plan in place. Let's get advertising out there so people understand this is not just a single event. It's going to happen. Let's get in place the entertainment side of it, whatever that's going to look like. And I think not only for the country market, but also whatever single event that happens to be that we're going to do to promote local. So I think it has to be more, to be family friendly, it has to have more than just food and promotion. It has to have some fun for the kids, something that'll get their parents able to walk around without having to worry about where little Johnny happens to be at that particular second. So anyway, I think we've had good discussion today. I think that there's some good ideas here on the table, and I'm excited to see us move forward.
Oh, sorry.
Councillor Bennett.
So when you say that, Councillor King, are you happy with just having the markets, or are you still interested in hosting one event to really promote agriculture, celebrate ag? Because the market may not just be ag products. It could be anything. So do we still want to host one event to celebrate ag?
So I guess I'm not saying that we shouldn't do that one event. I think that we should. So I think that, but we really need to get moving on both of those things if we're going to make them happen. And so if we're talking about a 3-event country market, we need to promote that from day one, as it's June, July, August. People need to be aware of that. If we're doing a single event at whatever venue for the local promotion, I'm 100% behind that. But again, that's the kind of thing that we need to get rolling on, and we need, so we need to bring back more information, and we need to say to our staff, yes, that's the direction we want to go. That's what we'd like you to investigate. That's what we'd like you to bring back information to us on.
Mr. Hogan? Oh, sorry. I'll go with Councillor McGee and then to you, Mr. Hogan.
Just one detail that we need to talk about is open farm days. Our set days through the workshops, there might be already activities done, facilitate through open farm days. So I'm suggesting we avoid those actual dates for the market. Please correct me if you have a different, or weigh in if you see it differently than that, administration.
Mr. Hogan.
So through Mr. Chair, I was going to go through just what I feel we've heard, and this might help council give myself administration the thumbs up or thumbs not. So definitely the idea of multiple country markets. So I've got a check mark beside that. We'll figure out what that might look like and possibilities there. I was looking at, through the discussion, what I've got written down is looking at, we would have that as kind of an event, and we would have some Ag Days celebration, whether it was with Open Farm Days or not, but there would be some type of agricultural awareness celebration, and kind of looking at that as that would be a different event than the market. And so that would let's call the market one program. We'd have this category 2, 3, 4, as was mentioned, type of idea that was a different program, right? That, and I think that's the a la carte component coming out now, is that, which of these menu items do you like? And we say, we like this one and we like this one. So what I've got written down is we would look at some sort of ag celebration, potentially looking to host that in maybe the Swalwell area this year. That would be an awareness of local agriculture and a celebration of that. You know, so we would, and I think I saw broad support on council for that. So we've got that down as something to explore. Exactly what that entails, of course, we need to start now. We'll bring that back and look at what that works out. Whether council's prepared today or not to say, you know, how far into that do you want to go? And, you know, we can do anything. It's a function of time and money. And the less time, the less money, the less stuff we'll do. But that's also the nature of decision making, right? So when we go something, when I look at those category 2, 3, and 4 bits, you know, promote locations, events, tours in an area, we can do that. It's easy enough to provide grant funding to farms for participation for them to do whatever they're going to do. Fallon talked about that as something Red Deer County does as an example. Other places do the same thing. We can build those in. I guess part of the question is how far does council, do you want the county actually organizing a bus tour or doing stuff like that? Or Fallon talked about that school engagement with the youth, right? Is there guidance there that council wants to add? And this kind of goes back to what Mr. Gannon said before, is, you know, even when I just put that out there and I said, are you interested in the county organizing a bus tour? I saw at least a couple of your heads go like this, right? So if council knows today that you're not really interested in doing that, we can do the first two without having to explore the bus tour component, right? And so we can take that kind of off the cart right now. If council says, you know what, we're really interested in some of that in-school youth engagement stuff, then we can look to see what that might be. And that doesn't mean that you're saying you're going to go for it today, right? You might look at what the resource and money that takes, and you might say, you know what, we might park this for a bit because it's not something we're going to do this year, or not at all, right? So where's council's interest level on that? I think that really covers it. We're still looking at, I think, some guidance around that, call it that prestige event at Horseshoe. That's what we've done as a long table dinner in the past, right? And I do think it goes back to, you know, where council believes the intent of that event is. Because if you're looking at a economic development investment generating event, then the reality is it's not for our residents. It is for business. Now, it is for our residents that are looking to have business come in, right? But for our general population, not really. If you're looking at a community celebration, that's a wholly different event, right? So there is some of that clarification, because if we are going to hold a long table dinner this year, we need to get going on it. And that's where, you know, if council says, yeah, we're doing it this year, or if you're saying, you know what, we're going to sort that out this year, and we're going to look to have it nailed down so we do something in 2025, that's also a form of guidance.
Reeve King.
I would say I heard council say that we're not doing a long table dinner this year. That's my interpretation, because we need to have that conversation around what the purpose of that is and what the goals are for that event. And so I think my understanding of what council has said to this point is that no. What I heard them say yes to is something that would combine a 3-4 event. So there's no bus, it's a single point event. It's a single event. It's designed to promote and celebrate community and local agriculture. And it's a local, resident, focused, family type event with food involved. And then what I heard them say, from my point of view, is yes to the 3 markets, and 3 markets independent of a long table event. So it's clearly distinct from a combined. So that's my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Mr. Gannon, Didn't see you right in front of me.
I should use the big finger. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Thank you very much through the chair. Is it also council's wish that we come forward with different options of what a trailer would look like for the community and what type of program that may encompass and work with that type of tool?
Councillor McGee.
I'd like to do that so we can decide for budget of next year, but not for this current year.
Councillor Christie.
I think next year's goal is relevant, but I'd like to see the options to where we're headed. Like there's I mean, what's that trailer look like? And I mean, we gotta put it together. It's gonna take time to do that. The conception of that doesn't cost a lot of money until we know where we're headed. So I think there's warrant for some time there to figure out what we wanna do with that trailer. Cause I mean, it can, like you said, from 20,000 to 120,000, but what's the goal of it? So I don't wanna buy it this year, but I wanna see where we're headed with it.
Go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. On those comments, I completely agree. We're not sure the timelines of what potentially is out there. As we've seen, equipment takes a long time to get, but also there's the design factor and what council would see. My suggestion is that we put this as a separate item to bring back to council and not with those other items on the event, that we look at this as maybe a separate target item for consideration for council, and we can work in the background on that.
Councillor Penner.
When it comes to the one-day celebration of ag, I'm not against having it on the farm, open farm day in August. Yeah, it's tough for farmers, but quite often when you go to visit the different farms that open up on that day, there's no food in that there. So maybe it's something at the end of the day, they come together for the afternoon or something like, and we promote it with those open farm day businesses or farms that have opened their gates to, I'd like to see us incorporate that event or try this year on that day. What's everybody's thinking there?
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you for some insight. Competing with all those communities has been incredibly difficult of trying to get resources in. For example, when you're just trying to get a simple bouncy castle or something in for the kids, they're already booked or they're doing all these individual fairs, and we can make that effort and we can start making those calls to see the availability, because we obviously want to set council up for success. But our opinion is it would be a good lead up to the event and to promote those events, and would allow for participation. As the county is large, other people have already committed and they regularly commit to others that are closer to them. This might offer an opportunity that they can actually share in both events.
Okay, any other comments, suggestions? Yeah, go ahead.
Just a comment. The long table has not gone away. Keep it in the back of your mind. I think we need to bring that back. And even with discussions I had last night with the ladies group, they have nothing against the long table. Yes, it was out of reach for a lot of people financially, but they're not against having it and having those people that like to attend that kind of meal. They're not against it, put it that way. So please don't put it on the back burner going forward. I think we do need to revisit it and start to plan. Whether it's next year, it's a year after in the rotation.
Okay, you've got enough direction? Which way's up?
Thank you, council. We do really appreciate the conversation and the direction today, and we'll try to provide a lot of options back for approval. We'll try to get this back as soon as we can for February for approval. But there may be some items that we may not have as accurate information. We'll sure to stipulate what we feel is more accurate than others due to what information we're receiving. So we'd like to thank you.
Okay, so does anybody want to recess? Okay, sounds like we had an impromptu vote for recess. Don't need tooks and mitts today, so go for it. The auditor never catches this one. All right, I guess I neglected, we need a motion that the committee of the whole request administration to bring back the chosen event options for council's approvals. Councillor Folds makes that motion. Any discussion to that motion? All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Our next agenda item is extended producer responsibility. Mr. McKiernan, anytime you're ready, and how come you're smiling like that?
Happy to be here.
Yes, Mr. Zier.
Yeah, thank you for that, Deputy Reeve. I just wanted to do a little preamble here as to why Mr. McKiernan's here and what the presentation looks to be accomplishing here. So EPR is extended producer responsibility. It's something that maybe council has heard over the last couple of years here. It's an initiative that's pretty much countrywide. We're one of the last provinces to actually invest in this and be involved in the review of it. It's really extending and putting the costs of recycling back onto the producers. It's something that will take away a lot of the costs from the county here, maintaining the same level of service we have, but really putting it for the single-use products and the hazardous waste as well. Just putting it back into the hands of the producer to ultimately be responsible for that cost. It's been downloaded to the municipalities over the years there. So this is something that is been tried and tested in other provinces and other countries. And now it's really just mandated by the Alberta government as far as timelines and that sort of thing that John will go into a little more detail here. But just a little background as to why we figured it was important that council has seen this and the go-forward plan that we're having in the next couple of years on this program.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zier.
Thanks.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. McKiernan.
Sure, thank you, Chair. So yeah, just to go on from what Mr. Zier was mentioning, so this was a provincial government has mandated this extended producer responsibility of recycling of the single-use products and hazardous and special products. The provincial government, they've tasked Alberta Recycling Management Authority, and they're the ones that are going to oversee this program. So those are the two regulatory, I guess you could say, arms of this. You do have to register for this, and I'll kind of go over that a little bit here through the thing. So if you have any questions, let me know. So Mr. Zier kind of went over a lot of this, but the new framework for Alberta is where the producers are going to start assuming the responsibility for the recycling materials that they produce. So like the packaging of paper, the single-use plastics, and some of those hazardous and special products. Not to confuse it with the current household hazardous waste, because it's not the same thing. There's things that are not acceptable under this new program. So basically the framework, it shifts that physical and financial burden of the collecting, sorting, and processing of these recycled wastes from the local governments and from the local governments and from the taxpayers onto these producers. So who's involved? So like I went over, Government of Alberta, they're the ones who determine the goals, outcomes, and directions of this program. They maintain the legislative EPR framework, so the acts and the regulations and the broad policy direction. They oversee the performance of ARMA that they've mandated to run this, and they consult and engage with ARMA as necessary. And they're the ones who will enforce any of the contraventions underneath the act and the regulations that they've brought into place. Alberta Recycling Management Authority, or ARMA as they're called, they developed and maintained all the bylaws and policies. They're implementing the policies and procedures to deliver this framework. They're engaging with the stakeholders. They're designing the measures to monitor and assess the performance. And they also establish the processes and the escalation measures to compel compliance. So basically making sure that people are basically doing what they need to underneath those new policies and procedures that they put in place. Communities. So communities are defined by many different things. Cities, towns, villages, municipal districts, specialized municipalities, special areas, settlements, Indian reserves, those are considered communities. There are benefits for communities to register within this EPR program. And basically, it's basically the cost and the operation. Those are probably the big two, but it also is a way that maybe might be able to encourage more of the recycling. As well, it can, you know, have some economic benefits of recycling. It can create jobs, that sort of thing, within the community as well. So, producer responsibility organizations. So, these are what we call, our acronym is the PROs. In the context of the extended producer responsibility, a producer responsibility organization, or a PRO, is a business entity established to collaborate with producers, aiding them in fulfilling their regulatory obligations under the EPR. This regulation mandates that the producers take on specific responsibilities concerning the collection, management, and promotion and education related to the designated materials they produce. So basically, they're kind of the middle person, I guess you could kind of say, where the producers are going, well, they already have them, they're already in conjunction with these people, but now these producer or pros are going to speak with the communities on behalf of the producers to put in place what they need to collect and organize these materials. So they're kind of the people who run the programs to fulfill the producer's side of the requirements of the EPR. And I guess those responsibilities are not just the collection and that sort of thing, but also the promotion and the reporting of it and the representation too. So if there's an issue with the way that things are collected, it's not like a producer like Walmart isn't going to be the person that someone's going to contact. They're going to contact these pros that are mediation, like the mediator between them. So the next one who's involved, so the last one is the producers. So these are the people that are producing these supply materials, and that's comprised, like I said, of paper, glass, metal, plastic, or a combination of those materials. And that's for the PPP. So I should maybe go back a little bit. So there's two areas of this. The first is the PPP, and that's packaging, paper producing, and packaging like products. So that's all those one-use things that you'll see from, let's say, a restaurant, their paper bags it comes into, or even if you wanted to get into it, a producer could also be a municipality. So if you create over a certain amount of tonnage of paper going out to your residents, you could also be a producer because you're sending out those papers. So tax notices, newsletters, anything like that, that can all become part of who is a producer. So I'll get into that a little bit later of us, where we kind of stand in that. But that's kind of what a producer is. So there's many different varieties of it, of being a producer. And there's also many different stages. So if the producer is, I'll kind of read it because it's a little bit more easier to read it than that. So PPP producers are defined within regulation as the brand holder of the designated material, if the brand holder is a resident in Canada, if there is no person described in Clause A, the importer of the designated material, if the importer is a resident in Alberta, or if there is no person described in Clause A or B, the retailer who supplied the designated material to the consumer becomes the producer. So it kind of gets quite confusing who is a person, but if you're someone outside of Canada, but you, let's say Nike shoes, or so, I'm just bringing something up in my head kind of thing, they wouldn't really be the producer because they're not in Canada, but the person who's importing that, if they are Canadian, they become that producer. If those person also are outside of Canada, then whoever's selling that then becomes the producer. So it kind of is a lot of things in there. So and that's, I guess, where you can see where those pros come into place, right? So they're working on behalf of those people. It kind of, for the communities, kind of keeps us out of that area, kind of keeps us more onto providing the service. Any questions on those? Those are the people who are involved. So you got, like I said, you got the government of Alberta, you got ARMA, you got the communities, you got the pros, and you got the producers. Those are all people who are involved in this new EPR. All right, so I'll then go on to the products and stuff that are involved underneath this program. So the first one is single-use products, packaging, and paper products, so PPP. So this includes materials from the residential sector, such as newspaper, packaging, cardboard, magazines, plastics, so rigid and flexible, as well metal and glass. So metal is like your tin containers, and under this program, glass is one of the materials that has to be accepted. So the pros have to figure out how that's gonna work, but it will become part of this. We also do have other materials that are already under different programs, such as tires, paint, e-cycle, so e-waste, those things, used oil, those are already under different programs, so they're not included in this EPR. So there's already the Tire Recycling Authority, there's already the paint and the electronics and that sort of thing. So those are not included under EPR. So the second products that are going to be available underneath this EPR program, they're called hazardous and special products, HSP. So those include consumer-sized solids, liquids, and gaseous products that are flammable, corrosive, and toxic. Also batteries and some pesticides, not all pesticides. That's just basically residential pesticides. So I'm thinking they're talking like those wasp begons and that kind of stuff, not what you're putting on the agricultural fields, that kind of thing. So it's important to say that this program does not include anything that's sold in industrial sizes. So there's the ag stuff is out of the door already, kind of thing. And HSP materials that are regulated under existing regulated stewardship programs like beverage containers, electronics, paints, and oils, and that sort of thing, like I went over in the PPP, those are also not included under this, as it avoids the duplication of programs. I just wanted to point out Kneehill County, we currently offer that once a year roundup, hazardous roundup, with the town of Three Hills, and some of the items that we take at that will not be included in this EPR, so they're different, that we should make that distinction. That if someone brings used oil to these things, it's gonna be sent away. If someone brings fluorescent light bulbs, that's not part of this EPR, but would have to be part of a separate hazardous roundup. Yes.
So in saying that, Mr. McEwen, are we going to offer a day for that stuff to be round up again this year?
So through the chair, yes, we will, because that has been budgeted for. So we will proceed with that this year. This EPR does not really come into effect until April 2025. So at that time, maybe when we're delivering budget for 2025, maybe you may not want to do it, or maybe you still do, but we'll still propose it in the budget for our own to cover those other materials that aren't. So we'll go from there. But this year we will, because it's part of the budget. And then next year, we'll deal with that in the budget again.
Sorry, I used the wrong year, going forward.
That's
Yeah, it's
okay.
not up and running this year.
All right, so for Kneehill County, I just want to, for us, we have registered for the EPR program as a community. We most likely won't need to register as a producer, as there's a couple steps for I guess, becoming a producer. There's a revenue threshold as well as a production threshold. We meet the revenue threshold, but we don't meet the production threshold. So we most likely won't have to register as a producer. And the revenue threshold is basically your revenue is $1.5 million per year. That's the revenue, so we meet that one. The material thresholds, you can see I've got them listed down there. Paper is our biggest one because of our tax notices, utility bills, that sort of thing. 9 tons is basically what you got to produce. So I did a little bit of math there. 1 ton of paper is approximately 200,000 sheets of paper. So our threshold would be basically 1.8 million sheets of paper. And I don't think we're even close to that. Newsletters, when I talk to the various people involved, it's about 30,000 sheets of paper. Utility bills is about 39, tax notice is about 9,000. Then you throw in some other things like when planning does notifications to neighboring people and that sort of thing. So I don't think we even come close to the material produced threshold, so. So our current recycling, that's done solely by Kneehill County, is we have that recycle bin out at our transfer site, which takes the rigid plastic, it takes the cardboard, it takes the paper products, it takes everything other than the glass. But like I said, under this program, that is supposed to be included now. So it would take everything that we have going already. And as well, we do that annual household roundup where it takes some of that material, but not all of it. The current recycling at our transfer sites, that's administered by Drumheller and the Solid Waste Association, that's at our transfer sites currently, is the cardboard and the newsprint bins. So I would like to say you had to have this stuff in place prior to November of 2022. Yes, we're in 2024 now, yeah. So you already had to have this in place before to qualify for that reimbursement, financial, and that kind of thing. But there is potential, like I said, there is potential for enhanced service beginning October 1st, 2026. So basically, if a big thing, and the big thing is what we're doing now, I've registered underneath this EPR program, but in discussions with those pros, you may be able to enhance the service, maybe at a little bit of a cost to the county, or maybe just with what you already have in place that they can do something, right? So you may be able to get that, but that's a lot of discussions with the pros where that information is going to come out. 2025, that's when this program starts. That's when the financial and the operational burden switches. So the residents basically is supposed to be seamless. They're not supposed to notice any difference. The bin will still be there or whatever kind of thing. Like everything will still be in place because the pros want to use what's there. They don't want to have to start from scratch kind of thing is their whole thing. So with the county, there is probably in 2026, since we already have curbside garbage collection, that will most likely expand to curbside recycling as well. But that's another couple years down the road. But that's kind of where this is heading to make it available to those people at curbside collection. And since we already had the garbage collection prior to the date, then we should be able to roll into that as well. So I kind of went over it quickly. It's kind of when you get into who's involved and stuff, it's kind of where it kind of gets confusing. What we offer already to the residents, that should not change at all. If anything, it should enhance what we're going to be able to provide for the residents. And like I said, that financial burden and that operational burden does shift from the communities, although the pros are going to work with the communities to use already existing infrastructure and probably existing labor kind of thing, right? They don't need to have a whole army of employees coming out to different areas they're going to use what's already in place is basically the thing. They just want to make this so the communities aren't faced with that financial burden and responsibility kind of thing. That's where they're just flipping it over to those producers now. Everyone looks clear as mud.
Just a question for you, Mr. McCurden. You said that we'll probably end up doing curbside recycling where we're doing curbside waste at the present time. So is that going to be another bill for the county?
Through the chair, no, it won't be. And I should mention though that a community is not required to actually go through with this program. They have the option of not even registering and not even going through. The time frame for that is before you sign any kind of a contract or negotiation with the pros. Once you've signed it, then you're locked in, but you don't have to, as a community, participate in this program at all. It's a volunteer for the communities.
Okay. Reeve King?
So I guess my question is are my glass recycling ladies going to be happy?
Through the chair, your glass recycling ladies will be happy. because that is one acceptable material that was actually was a main point of discussion in one of the webinars I attended. And the pros, even though they have hesitations about how they're gonna deal with it, it's mandated that it has to be one of the included materials.
It's one of the materials that's not included currently that makes the least amount of sense for a lot of people. Like, it just doesn't, people don't understand why glass is not included, and so there are gonna be a lot of people happy to have an option for that.
Quite honestly, I mean, it's mostly market issues with glass, but.
There's some husbands whose garages will be emptied out once this program comes to fruition.
And like I said, that's not until next year. So our bins right now still have to follow the same requirements that we already have on it. So we can't start taking glass yet, just when this EPR begins to roll out.
They'll happily hold it for you.
Mr. Zier.
Thank you. So through the chair, just as John mentioned, our next steps, we had deadlines. We had to make sure that the county was registered by the end of the year here, just to make sure that we are able to have that conversation with these groups. Make sure that they understand what our existing infrastructure is, what our existing offerings are for the residents. From there, we're going to meet with the pros in the next few months here, start setting up that framework, even looking at other partners in our area to see if there's any synergies in that of working with some other municipalities, if there is a grouping that we can look at for that. But really, as John said, the main background is that we will not get less service, will be the same or potentially enhanced service going forward. That is where we're going to look at the conversations with council, going to what level council's comfortable with in future recycling and that sort of thing, and then the costs associated with that. So we're just at the ground level right now, making sure we're at the table, and then bringing back recommendations to council on what that looks like.
Councilor Penner.
Have we had some pros knocking on our doors?
Through the chair, I haven't received any information from a pro yet, no. The last webinar that I had, they were starting those connections, so.
Mr. Zier.
Yeah, and through the chair, we have talked with a few of the pros just in the passing here at the conference and that sort of thing. I touched base with them. I know that some other municipalities in our region are starting to meet with them, so that's where we're going to request out for an initial meeting here, just to get the ball rolling. Excuse me.
Like, because in saying that, I think we'll all be working with pretty much the same pro. They're going to be, the same truck is going to hit us all. So
Yes.
yeah, it's great to see if there's collaboration with the other municipalities.
Yeah, through the chair, so far there's one pro, because the pros have to register and they have to be approved to be a pro. And currently there's one pro that's approved for the PPP, and I believe there's two for the HSP. So there's limited amount, but these are nonprofit organizations. They're not out there trying to make the profit. They're nonprofit. They are working on behalf of the producers to make sure that they're fulfilling their requirements and stuff like that. But they are nonprofit, and like I said, there isn't many of them. So I'm guessing that ARM is expecting more to come, but there is an approval process they have to go through before they become approved.
I hope there's more coming forward in our area, not just the number 2 corridor. It's the rural. I'm fingers crossed that we do get some pros that will work with us and out in this area. But I look forward to the whole program, the enhanced services that are going to come forward, and it's not going to cost us. I look forward to what that's going to look like.
Councilor Cunningham.
So apologies if this was mentioned, but it is a lot to digest. I hear the PPP and the HSP and the pros, and I'm totally lost. But I did get quite a couple lengthy texts from an ag producer in our area. So I'll maybe just, her questions were, from her understanding, the recycle program is voluntary by the producer of plastics. But if they take the program on, they're responsible for the monitoring of the program. Will the cost of the program be passed on to the consumer?
Through the chair, so are you asking if the cost is going to be passed on the consumer for the whole program, or, I mean, that question came up in one of the webinars, and the answer was a lot of costs are passed down, but they don't expect it to be. They expect the producers already to have that already in place, because they're not really, they're doing what they've already done, just more enhanced, like they're more responsible for it now. All the producers probably already had some form of this in place somewhere, so they probably already had that cost covered in that cost somewhere. But to say that, I mean, I don't know, I'm not.
Okay, are there any other questions for Mr. McKiernan? Councillor Cunningham.
So just one more from this resident. Will the producer be credited for their carbon footprint?
Through the chair, I don't know the answer to that one. That would be more of a question to put towards ARMA.
So that was gonna be my next question. So like she does have quite a few questions, so that's where we would direct her is to ARMA then. for
Yeah,
those type-
on the last slide there in the presentation, there's a website there for ARMA, and that has a lot of information and a lot of frequently asked questions. So someone may have actually already asked that question and the answer may already be on there. So if you go to that ARMA website, they have a lot of information on the program, as well as a lot of frequently asked questions that there's a whole big list of them. So if you're thinking the question, it may have already been, yeah. And I know that through the webinars, they were saying that the questions they received through the webinar, that's also going to be incorporated into the frequently asked questions section as well. So there's communities, it's split up in communities, producers, and that sort of thing, questions. So lots of information there if they want to dig a little bit deeper.
Okay, are there any more questions, concerns, comments, motions?
Can I just?
Yeah, go
Just
ahead,
for a
Councillor
refresher,
Tanner.
John, this coming year, we have an agreement with E360, whoever it is, right? Is it E360?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're till December 31st with them.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and the pros would use, like I said, they want to continue what's already in place. They don't want to reinvent the wheel. So if we had that contract into like 2027, they would probably just kind of say, we'll take over your contract kind of thing, right? Kind of stuff, but keep that service kind of continuing. Their intention is not to change anything. Their intention is to use what's here but just take our burden off it kind of thing.
Councillor McGee.
I have to say, it's pretty exciting to find out about a program that's gonna take some burden off of us. That seems opposite to the theme of the last while, so, other than that, I just would like to make the motion that we accept this, presentation as information.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have a motion that the committee of the whole accept the report on extended producer responsibility for information as presented. Any discussion to that motion? All those in favor? And carried unanimously. Thanks, Mr. McKiernan. If we'd have done this a few days ago, you'd have appreciated the warmth. Well, lunch is here.
So we're adjourned. Recess.
We are in recess. We'll be back at, are we gonna make it at, yeah, let's make it 1:15.
Sorry, I just wanted to do a quick presentation. We have a new staff member here today to present to council. Jennifer Colton has joined the team here, and she will be the new individual that will be taken over for Jenna's position for community services. That will help, as Kinza would say, to keep you-know-what together. So I look forward to working with her and her being able to facilitate stuff going forward for the department.
She must be a miracle worker.
Welcome.
It is her first day. I'd like her to stay longer than that, please.
Oh, sorry, I take it back.
I just want to see how her job description is, please.
Yeah.
Thank you, council.
Welcome. Okay, so 2.3 bylaw 1889. Ms. Hazelton,
Yes,
anytime you are ready. You getting tired of this yet?
never. Council initiated an amendment.
It's keeping.
Is that your
keeping her
goal?
employed.
Because if that's your goal, you should probably change that. Anyway, you did initiate an amendment to the land use bylaw specific to the sections relating to renewable energy. These amendments are seeking to protect the amount of high classification agricultural land that is being taken out of production to accommodate in all of these projects. Currently, the Municipal Government Act empowers the province with greater authority in approving these projects. However, changes may be made to the existing process due to an inquiry that has been required by the province, which will specifically look at the current policies and procedures for the development of renewable electricity generation. This inquiry has also triggered a pause on any approvals for these projects until March 1st, 2024. Council also requested that the bylaw be reformatted to clarify the requirements for each category size for both the wind and solar projects. This has been completed and is attached for your review. No content has been changed from the previous draft that we would have given you at the public hearing. Revisions to this bylaw have continued over the last several months, and a public hearing was held on December 12th, 2023. Council wanted to schedule an opportunity to discuss the feedback that was received during the hearing, and specifically, Council wanted to discuss the following: setbacks to an urban that would not allow a brownfield site to be utilized, setbacks to residences, setbacks to water bodies, human and livestock health. Regarding the livestock health question, administration has reached out to Jason Galbraith. He is a PhD and a professional agricultural engineer, who is the acting manager for the Office of the Chief Provincial Veterinarian for Alberta Agriculture and Irrigation. He has provided several studies which have been attached for your information. Two of his studies relate a little bit more to the human health piece. Administration has also reached out as a general inquiry to the Government and Alberta Health Minister to see whether or not there are any Alberta-based scientific studies that have researched the effects of solar and wind facilities on human health. To date, I have received nothing. Administration wanted to further discuss the stormwater requirement under Solar Section 6C. Discussions with an industrial approval engineer and a water approvals engineer with Alberta Environment noted the following: they do not require an EPA approval for these sites. However, if there are impacts to any water body, they would be subject to the Water Act, as would anyone else. There would be no oversight otherwise. If we require them to either retain or test water prior to release, it would be the responsibility of the municipality to oversee this. Since there is no Water Act approval required, the trigger would be a complaint. Alberta Environment would determine whether or not the applicant needs to demonstrate they are not impacting at that point in time. Administration is proposing the following wording for this section. The applicant must submit a stormwater management plan that outlines how they will mitigate off-site impacts to adjacent lands, roads, or water bodies, either permanent or intermittent, located in proximity to the site. This plan will be reviewed by municipal engineers to ensure that it meets the protection necessary for these adjacent lands. Administration will incorporate any amendments council chooses to make to Bylaw 1889 prior to third reading taking place. We are proposing to have the revised document ready for the February 13th, 2024 council meeting.
Council have any questions for the planner? Okay, we're done. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Phobes.
Just to make it more fair, so to speak, across the board, regardless if it's wind or solar, making the setbacks the same on both sides. I have heard that from a few of the ratepayers, so.
So you want to can you clarify that a little bit for me,
Yeah.
please?
Well, our setbacks from town is different than rural. If we're gonna do it, why are we not doing it so it's across the board, countywide, regardless? Then you're not putting one person out and one person in. So that you're creating bad feelings between residents that live within our borders.
Sorry, I thought we changed that. We had a discussion around that.
Okay, so we have 2 miles from the boundary of a town or village for both.
Yep.
We have the 2 miles from the water course for both. So the differences would be from a municipal road allowance and from the side and rear property lines. So we have 100 meters for wind from a side and rear property line and 400 meters from a municipal road allowance, and the reason for that is the safety from the ice shedding off the arms of the turbine.
Is it okay if we just step in? Sorry, through the,
Yeah, go ahead.
the setback, Barb, on number 4, the WECS shall be located a minimum distance of 1.6 kilometers or 1 mile from any dwelling not belonging to the owner. Is that the way you're trying to see? It's not the 2 kilometers like it is for towns and villages?
It's 2 miles and 1 mile. It's not kilometers that's in that.
No, it's a mile.
Yeah, that's
So it's
1 mile.
1.6 kilometers and it is 3.2 kilometers.
Right, so that's like what you're asking for. It should be the same.
Okay, so we're talking about 4.1 for wind, which is 1 mile from any dwelling not belonging to the owner, and you're wanting that in the solar.
I'm just looking for it to be an even playing field across the board, and that's, I think, why they'd asked me to bring that to your attention, is to just make it fair on both sides, right? So that it's level everywhere. It's not specific to one place or another, and I think that's where we need to start going with a lot of the stuff we're doing.
To paraphrase you, you would like it to be 3.2 kms from the boundary or village, town, as well as from the owner, from any dwelling of not the owner of the land.
And I think the reason why the ratepayer is asking this is because a lot of the times the people that are renting out their lands for these developments are absentee landowners. They will not be affected by anything that they're putting on their property, but their neighbors will be. And so that is a concern, and I would like to just make sure that that gets heard, whether council agrees to it or not.
Again,
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair. Again, I'm seeking clarification, and so are they wanting the 3.2 kilometer for private residents on wind, as we have for hamlets? And are you suggesting that that 3.2 kilometers would also be applicable to a private residence and a solar?
Well, they're not currently in the room with me, so I just would be making a guess on what they're actually asking, if that makes sense.
Okay, and the reason I'm asking the question is partially the size of the setback on the wind has to do with vibration and sub whatever. We can't prove that same effect with solar, and that's why I'm asking from a private residence whether they're requesting the 3.2 kilometers for solar as well as wind.
Well, I would have to.
We only have 1 mile for wind. So 1.6 kilometers
No, but
to a dwelling. We have 2 miles to a village or hamlet, yeah.
Councillor
Yeah.
Phobes is suggesting that the feedback she's received is that it should be 3.2 for either private residence or
Or a hamlet.
hamlet or village. And so the question I'm asking is if because originally in her comment, she said that she wanted equality for wind and solar. So that's why I was asking that question.
And also clarity for my residential as opposed to hamlet people that live, because one of the questions is why is hamlets get that and we don't? And so that's why they're asking for the across the board.
My guess is it's probably got more to do with density than,
But then once again, why is that more important to one person? As I live in a hamlet, so I understand where, because my mother-in-law lives on a residential, why shouldn't she be afforded the same thing as a hamlet has, is what I'm guessing is what they're really asking me for. And I mean, I just would like everyone to understand as well is regardless of what we put in this document, if the AUC decides that they want to trump what we're having, then that's their choice. We don't have a say in it. But if it isn't in there for them to see, then that becomes an issue and they don't think we have a problem with it. Or our people don't have a problem with it, because I'm speaking on behalf of everyone in the county.
Reeve King?
And again, I'm not arguing for or against what you're suggesting, but I'm questioning if we went to that minimum distance separation, are we effectively closing the boundaries of Kneehill County to any development? And if we're going to put that exemption in place for green energy developments, by default, are we putting that kind of exemption in place for other development that might take place on ag land? And I know we're specifically talking wind and solar, but if we went with every resident that we have in Kneehill County and put a 2-mile exclusion from those residences, are we effectively closing the boundaries of Kneehill County? And so is it by default a veto of wind and solar development within Kneehill County? Because I think if you looked at the map and looked at residences on our maps, and we circled each one with a 2-mile exclusion zone, we effectively close Kneehill County.
Well, any place where there's people.
Well, is there any place in Kneehill County that there's not people?
Orly has a question or
Oh,
comment.
okay, Councillor Cunningham.
So yeah, just further to the Reeves comments, like I understand what you're saying about shutting the door on development. I mean, the interesting thing about wind, we have regulations in our land use bylaw about how tall you can build your garage, but yet you can build these large wind structures that are as tall as the Calgary Tower. So it's really hard to justify that. Like, I think what people are saying is the effects of these projects are going to be far reaching. It's not just to the person next door to you. I mean, it is going to be for miles. And I'm with Councillor Phobes. I've had a lot of comments over the last couple of weeks. And I think our people, the people that we represent, are saying, why is my property, the value of my property, the quality of life that I have on my place, why is it worth any less than what we're giving to the urbans? And that is a really hard one to justify. Because they are our people. They're the ones that pay our taxes.
Like, I don't feel that there's a pushback from us on the wind side, just the solar side, because they can take up a quarter section. You know what I mean? For that 2-mile radius, I think that's the discussion part on the solar side, right? The setback. The wind, to me, it's a no-brainer. That setback should be exactly the same, whether it's an urban or a rural, for that distance, because they're not safe. We've seen what's happened, them fall over and fly apart and things like that. Not in our county, but, yeah. So to me, the discussion is more on the solar side. How far can we do the setback? And currently, it's at, what are we at here on solar?
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
So does that make sense, Councillor Penner? Because we're giving 2 miles to the urbans, correct?
Right, on the solar or on
On
the
the
wind?
wind, right?
On wind.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, so I'm just speaking to the wind right now.
Yeah, no, that's where I think we got a bit confusing here. I think it's
Right,
wind and
yeah,
solar. For
yeah.
wind, I think for sure, it should be exactly the same.
As the urbans.
Safety is safety, and 2 miles to me is fair. It's fair, yep. But solar, I think we have to have more of a discussion around the solar setbacks. Through the chair.
Councillor Penner.
Ms. Hazelton, can you tell me, please, in the solar side, I don't see from a residence, am I missing it here? I see it from hamlets and that, but where's the?
We don't have one from a residence, but the road would be normal, like 100 feet from the road allowance, as a normal development, because again, their infrastructure is much shorter and not seen from miles typically. So we don't have that in that.
Me again?
Yep, Councillor Penner.
Can you tell me why, and maybe it is true, like the Deputy Reeve said, is it to do with density? Why is village and hamlet in there for the setback on solar? On solar.
Yeah, it is more the density issue in relation to towns and villages, yeah.
Councillor Cunningham.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's not uncommon when you have something that's a little bit more of an industrial, same with gas plants or anything like that, they're always sited away from density because it creates a bigger emergency management area and more people are involved in that. And so it's not uncommon in any larger scale developments to have differences in setbacks between urbans versus rural, like, so, but it's up to council what you choose.
Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, so it's quite interesting, actually, if you look at the current solar site that we have, it's actually visible depending where you're at for quite a few miles. When you're on Highway 583, actually, you can see it for miles. So I don't believe there should be the same setback for solar, but again, I just go back to that same, if you're the person that's living across from that, I'm just not sure why we don't want to show the same relevance to them as we are to our urbans. There's a lot of people that build their properties and they don't ever dream that they're going to be living across from an industrial commercial site. So that definitely is an issue, and that does affect their value of property and the enjoyment of their property as well.
Reeve King.
Again, I'm struggling with this because the only way I can guarantee control of what's immediately around me is by owning it. And we've seen this in a recent development in the Sunny Slope area where residents were opposed to a development that is not nearly as intrusive perhaps as this one we're talking about. And yet they wanted to manage that by excluding it based on aesthetics, noise, and other things. And there's no rule that we had in place that would have allowed that. So the question I have to ask is if we're going to, and we need to think about this, is how the rules we set in place for solar and wind on the commercial side, particularly industrial side, how that's going to impact how we interpret the rules for any other development that comes into Kneehill County. Because the first question AUC and a number of other organizations are going to ask of us is if we're creating a zone that's not friendly to this type of development and we're willing to let another development come in, and I'm just going to refer to the MDF plant that was at one point in time proposed, would have taken 3/4 of ag land out of ag land. Would we have said no to them because they're taking 3/4 of ag land out of ag land? And the answer is likely we wouldn't have because they fit within our municipal development plan and our land use bylaws. So even if we philosophically felt opposed to it, we wouldn't have been able to say no based on our own bylaws and planning documents. So we have to think about this in the big picture because there's other things coming down the pipe that are going to appear in front of us that if we apply these rules stringently, it basically means no development in Kneehill County. And that I'm against because I think if we want to protect our residents and if we want to protect our ag land, then we need to be prepared to say to them, you have to be prepared to pay the bill. So if there's no development that's going to come in here that's going to continue to pay the 85% of our budget that's being paid by the non-res and non-farmland. So if our residential and farmland aren't paying those bills, they're paying 15 to 18% of that. What do we replace that 85% with down the road? Because you can bet dollars to donuts that I'm not going to take a 6-time increase in my residential taxes. And you can bet that there's not a single farmer out there who's going to take a 6-time increase to their land taxes in order to make up for that or more. So how do we replace the money that we need as oil and gas goes down and if we're not going to be somewhat development friendly? And I mean, I'm playing the devil's advocate somewhat here, but I think we need to really seriously consider that in terms of how we apply these rules and how they might be interpreted by other developers who potentially are coming here. And to me, that's a concern I have right now.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. I'd have to confer with Barb and may need a side table to have the conversation. The way it can possibly be interpreted with this level of change could constitute a major alteration, which potentially could require us to go back to another public hearing. So if this is council's wish to explore that, because we're going to have to look at every resident that's out there. We're going to have to provide those setbacks. We're going to have to provide that clarity, which changes the essence of the document of what we're trying to propose outwards to the community, pro or negative, depending on the customer that's reviewing it, should have the opportunity to comment on something of this nature. So I just want to let council, we're willing to go in whatever direction council would like to go, but this form of change may constitute a major alteration, which would result into going backwards a little bit in order to go forward again.
Councillor Cunningham?
So to me, the purpose of a public hearing is to hear from the public. So I guess, have we taken into account what we heard from the public that day? Because that, to me, that's why we do it. We don't just do it. I know it's a statutory requirement that we do it. But if we're really having a public hearing, we're doing it because we want to hear from our people. So I want to make sure that this document reflects what we've heard from the people. I hear what the Reeve's saying. I understand, as you guys know, economic development's a passion of mine. There's also the flip side of it too, though. When you hear from the people that potentially could live by close to some of these projects that tell you they are going to pack up and move from Kneehill County, there's an economic, there's something negative about that as well. We do collect residential taxes. And I know we keep talking about farmland and how farmland doesn't pay the bills. I think sometimes we're putting that in a really small silo. I can give myself an example. One of my properties is a residential in Kneehill County. I own an ag-related business. If the ag-related business isn't here, I'm probably not living here. So I understand the fact that we get this much from farmland, but I think we have to look at the big picture. How many people work in agriculture in this area? How many people are employed by this county because of agriculture? So I think we have to be a little bit more broad-minded about our agriculture community on that. But yeah, and it's always easy to make these decisions when it's not you, it's gonna have to live next door to them too. So again, I just go back to it. If we're gonna have these hearings and we're gonna ask for public, what they wanna say, we have to be listening to them. That's just very important to me. And further to some of the other developments, I maybe disagree with some of council on this. When it's a discretionary use, there is a portion where you are asking the public what their thoughts are. And to me, I'm always gonna take that into account.
Reeve King?
Okay, just as a follow-up again, are we truly listening to all our residents? So in this conversation, right now we're listening to a number of very loud voices who are being impacted by a potential development. The question I'm asking is, are we truly listening to all our residents? So if we were to do something as crazy as a plebiscite within Kneehill County regarding wind and solar development, would we get what we think is the answer, which might be no, or it might be something different? But do we truly know what the residents of Kneehill County want? And does this bylaw truly reflect the residents in the entirety of Kneehill County, or the ones who are most immediately being impacted by a potential development? And again, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I'm asking questions that I don't know that we have answers for. So how do we get those answers, and how do we proceed from where we are today? The bylaw, and I've had this conversation with more than one councillor, the bylaw as it sits today may or may not be something that we can actually make work. Doesn't mean we shouldn't pass it as it is, or that we shouldn't maybe consider alterations to it, but I don't believe this is a document that's going to be here in 5 years from now. It's going to be quite different than what it is. And the other comment I'm going to make, and I don't know, I can't promise I'll be totally quiet from here on out. The other comment I will make is, I would like to see us potentially consider having an independent third-party evaluation of what's appropriate for development in Kneehill County. So is there areas in Kneehill County where wind and solar make sense? And is there areas in Kneehill County where it does not make sense? Right now, we're making a lot of those decisions based on our own philosophical feelings about wind and solar, and somewhat maybe emotionally. And so I'm wondering if there's a way that we could perhaps take our emotions and feelings out of it and have a more scientific, if I want to use that word, a more reasoned look at where that development might be appropriate and where it might not. And I'm not arguing with the current development and the appropriateness of it. I think that the location is probably not great for Kneehill County and for its residents, and so I totally get the push that we're seeing to it. But I'm just sitting here going, I really wonder if we are truly reflecting the majority opinion within Kneehill County in this document, and have we really truly taken a more reasoned approach to how we are developing this and the rules surrounding alternative energy and any other type of development within our county. So again, I'm asking lots of questions and I'm not giving very many answers. Faye has a comment.
Councillor McGee, sorry.
Just for my able to wrangle all of that, would you please review to us some of the main reasons why we even have setbacks in any condition, for any type of, anything? For, just in general for development, whether it's a home, whether it's a business, what are some of the main things that we need to pay attention to that influences setbacks?
Roads, safety, utilities, like there are a lot of those types of Mike.
Sorry. Setbacks adjacent to roads, utilities are all things that align that we want to push people away from or off of. And then just typically in an urban, you want some setback between properties. Fire is a big reason why you would have separation between houses, but you also, for privacy purposes or whatever, there are setbacks between adjacent properties in a hamlet, for example, that you would have a little bit different in a rural area because of that fire separation that is helpful to have. So there would be multiple reasons that we have setbacks.
Councillor McGee.
So is it safe to use this judgment that I might get hung for? It's for logistics, for management and safety of our lands, but not because of aesthetics or public outcry or public interests, as much as it's for a really constructive logistic reason for doing business as a municipality.
I would say typically in the urban, when it comes to the commercial or industrial, there could be other factors that would require setbacks. So again, we're looking at the noise, we're looking at the potential nuisance that can create larger setback requirements. Many of those are legislated under the industries themselves. So they're not necessarily something that we have, like for oil and gas, they all have noise requirements, and that's legislated completely under the AER. And so again, those setbacks, and they also have safety setbacks because it's a volatile substance. And so they again would have setbacks from residences depending on how big of a site they're planning to build there. Many of the other industries would have some type of noise or nuisance type of setback. So those are other reasons that we would have for a larger one. At the end of the day, I just wanted to add another comment. We're dealing with the people that sign up. So it's challenging because whether it's in a good location or not isn't going to be how I can look at it from a planning perspective. I'm looking at the fact that somebody has signed up, they are wanting a development on their site, so I am dealing with this site-specific property and this location, and I don't have a lot of opportunity to say, we're sorry, we don't like that one, you should have done it over there. And it's like, well, I don't own that one. So that's always the challenge with development, is we are looking at whether or not something is a good fit on those lands, but it's coming from the public who has signed up. And so they're bringing it through our door. So you do have another ratepayer side that we have not seen in the argument for sure. So that is a challenge, because I can't always just push people to a more appropriate location. We're dealing with whatever they're applying for at that location.
Counselor Cunningham.
I do appreciate that, Ms. Hazelton. I know the folk, you guys are just doing your jobs, right? And you have limitations, and I know I get asked a lot of times, why here, why on this set of property? My comment always is you have to have a willing landowner, and like you say, these people have signed up to do it. Just further to Reeve King's comments, are we hearing from all the people? So I currently in my division have one completed renewable project. I have one before the AUC, and now with this potential wind project, there are currently, to my knowledge, no turbines in Division 5, but it will hugely affect my division. I can tell you from all the people that are involved in putting these projects on their property, I have heard from one. And I was approached on New Year's Eve, actually, in the grocery store. And the comment that came to me was, thank you so much for your thorough review of your bylaw. I really appreciate it. So I appreciate the comments of, are we hearing from everybody? But I just don't think the people that are doing it for the most part are communicating. And we've talked about this to nauseam. Some of them can't speak to us because they've signed these non-disclosure agreements. So I'm always willing to hear from them. But like I said, out of the, I don't know, 100 people or whatever it would be, I've heard from one. So.
Counselor Foltz.
I guess what I would like to address here is the fact that our land use didn't have anything in it before we embarked upon adding this into our thing. So if anyone who was looking at our county for any kind of renewable did not see a problem with it, our people have spoken. They're asking us to make it a little more robust than what it was, so that if the AUC does look at our land use, they're gonna go, oh, yep, nope, they do have some things in place. Whether we agree with them or not, they're there. So at the end of the day, we're here to update this because it really wasn't on our books at all, 100%. It could have been there on a slight little one-liner, but this is way more robust than what it was before. And so anyone who's listening needs to understand that if we don't do this, the AUC is gonna look at us and say, we don't have a problem. This at least says, we do, we're gonna work with you, this is what we're asking. I'm just asking if we can make sure that everyone, and I know not everyone's gonna be happy whether you like me or you don't like me. At least I'm speaking the truth for the people that want to hear it, including my own self, because I will be affected by it, and the people that live within my division that will be also affected by it, whether they leave, stay, or otherwise. So yes, this does need to be done. Now, we can agree or disagree on how far back everything should be, but it still needs to be considered whether you want to see it or not. So as a collective, do we think that that's an appropriate place to go? Is 1 mile enough or is 2 enough? That's really the question here from the person who was asking me to bring this forth.
Counselor Christie.
I guess I'm reading the second part of that number 1 requirement, where if the developer is dead set on setting that up, he has to negotiate with the non-owners, and to me, that is their out. They have to negotiate directly with people that are affected but not owners. Maybe they need to be compensated, but that'd be a negotiation between the non-owner and the developer, not us. So to me, that's the out for your development boundaries, is they can negotiate that boundary if they want to. And that part's already in there. So for me, it doesn't really matter 1.6 or 3.2 kilometers, because it forces the dialogue to that non-owner and condition to them so that we're not in that picture.
When did we first bring in the bylaws for the wind turbines? Can you remember?
Well, it was before I came back the second time, so there were 2 sections. It did get beefed up, so section 71 and 74 are the current sections in the bylaw.
Sorry, guys. We did do it quite a few years ago, and I think we beefed up the wind section after the last project went in. Then they added quite a bit to the wind portion in the bylaw. So we do have 2 sections, 71 and 74. Yes, this is more robust without question. But we hadn't had a solar. So There was a chunk in there, but it wasn't, we hadn't dealt with one yet, so.
Yes, and I remember when we did the first one, I mean, it was years ago, but it was because of the turbines coming in to the north end of the county.
Yeah.
And at that point in time, setbacks were different. Well, it was different because number one, the turbines were not nearly the size that they are now.
Yeah. And our setbacks in the bylaw were greater than what was required through AUC. That's still obviously the case because their setbacks are much less than what this is looking like. So the company did notice that, and they did do some amending because they noticed our setbacks were greater. But we also have that clause that I think Wade was referring to, the bullet point under one, where if you can't maintain that setback, you can get that adjacent landowner to sign off and then to allow it to be closer than the setback. So.
And that was on the original wind turbines also
Mm-hmm.
at that point in time, so.
Yes.
But I would agree, I mean, these wind towers are, wind turbines are considerably larger than the previous ones. And I can see why the setbacks have changed. But I don't know, I guess it depends on how much you crink your neck to look up. Because ultimately it's the same thing, only bigger, taller, seen from further away. Reeve King.
I might be kind of rash in speaking for the residents of Huxley, but all of them figure that that 1 mile separation between that grain terminal and their hamlet is inadequate, and the amount of light and other things generated by that facility is much greater than the wind turbines, which are directly to the west of the hamlet Huxley. So I guess I'm sitting here thinking about this whole thing. So we have in our bylaw setbacks currently that are 1 mile from a intermunicipal development boundary or the boundary of a village or town for any other type of development that's out there. So would it be reasonable to adjust that setback to the same as what we have for those other types of developments and leave in the rule which allows an owner or dwelling who's not signing up for one of these to have the right to say yes or no if it's within 1.6 kilometers or a mile of their residence? So with that, then we're treating everyone equally. So if we say it's 1 mile from the municipal boundary, that's the minimum distance it can be away, that then matches up with what other developments have to deal with. Or we're adjusting, or maybe adjusting, because in our language it says 1 mile from municipal boundary or IDP boundary right now, right? So would that then be treating everyone the same?
To reduce it to a mile would be equaling it, yes, to the normal residents. The IDP boundary one is specific to confined feeding, so that's a little bit different. And that's the municipal development plan that sets that one, not land use.
Yeah.
But you twigged something and now it went away.
Well, I'm asking the question, would that be considered reasonable? They were no longer treating the people who are not our residents different than we are treating the ones who are. So we're giving an exemption for municipalities that neither pay taxes or do anything for us in terms of revenue generation by giving the 2 mile boundary to a village or town. So would it be reasonable to say we'll treat the villages and the towns the same way we treat anybody else who lives within Kneehill County and reduce that to a 1.6 kilometer boundary? Again, it's a question, right?
Councillor Cunningham?
So just a question. So if you've got 3 properties within that boundary, obviously that company wouldn't be able to do it unless all 3 of those property owners agreed to it, correct? Yeah, yeah.
Counselor Forbes?
And I guess, when we were at, Agricultural Service Board, we were talking about wild boars and not allowing them within our property. Could, and I don't know this is just a question I have for the planning department, can we specify the size of the structure coming to our borders? So that they're not as tall as the Calgary Tower, they're only as tall as what's over here? Or is that the standard of what they're building them at now? It's just a question I have.
Yeah, I think it's a standard, and I think even with communication towers or any of those types of things, they're always going to have that height. And it's going to be dependent on what their purpose is and where they're siting and how far that communication needs to happen as to that height. So there is a federal jurisdiction that dictates some of that. So when we talk about heights of things, it's a little bit apples and oranges, because there's many things that fall under other jurisdiction. The other, and I'm just gonna throw something out there, because this comment did come up and it was about the brownfield sites, and you guys wanted to have that conversation. So there is nothing right now, like a town could have some industrial lands, could choose to put a solar facility on those industrial lands. And again, they're not obligated in any way, shape, or form to do anything in relation to our bylaw. So we are protecting a setback that in fact a town or village could put something right in their boundaries that impact their residents greater. So again, we need to think about those things. The brownfield sites it is a legitimate use to have, and many of those brownfield sites would land within these setbacks. So it was a conversation, it was something that you guys raised to bring it back. So again, I haven't heard any comments in relation to that, but I'm gonna throw it out there.
Reeve King?
So currently, any development that happens within an intermunicipal development plan boundary is subject to conversation, not necessarily approval by the other party, but certainly conversation. So if we reduce the setback to the town and a village to that 1.6 kilometers, the IDP boundary is larger than that generally, and the conversation zone is bigger than that. So any development that would be happening either within Kneehill County as a municipality, or let's say the town of Three Hills within their municipal boundaries or within that IDP zone, would become a conversation piece, right? So would that be sufficient to give equal treatment to both our residents and theirs, and deal with the issues of those cross-boundary things? I don't know. Again, maybe I'm asking more questions than I'm giving answers to, but my feeling is the answer would be yes, because it gives protection to the town or the village in terms of just notification and opportunity. But I hate to put in place a protection for, say, town of Three Hills residents that in a few years is totally ignored by the town, and they put a solar outside their municipal boundary, but certainly within that zone and closer to them than what we would allow it to happen. So
It is challenging.
So maybe the 1.6 is sufficient. And again, I'm asking questions.
Councilor Penner?
To me, 1.6 for wind is not sufficient. Solar, but wind, definitely not.
Well, there is a qualifier there. It's 1.6 unless you sign off.
Well, we have it to a town or a village right now with
Yes.
wind, yeah.
And I would actually look at treating the towns the same as we treat our residents. So changing that to 1.6 rather than the 3.2. would be something I would be in favor of.
Okay.
Whether or not the towns are is a different story, but it's our MDP.
It's our land use bylaw.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. I just want to make sure that I mentioned once again that we're going to have to do a review on the change to indicate if we feel this is a major change, we may have to do another public hearing. So those municipalities can comment on those changes and we can bring that back because they have not had the opportunity to make any type of comment to those changes. So we can review legally and with Barb on that, but it may prolong this even further, just as a heads up for council.
Always the spoiler. But thank you for the info. I do see where you're going with that. Councillor Forbes?
I don't want to delay this either because it's not on our books. So anyone who's looking at our books currently would see we don't have a problem. So I would rather see this move forward and get in the books. And because this is any of our documents are living and breathing, so they can at any point in time in the future be changed. So I guess what I'm looking for right now is to get this on the books sooner than later, because if we don't have anything, then we really are leaving ourselves open to being slaughtered by all of the renewable currently. Whether you like what I said or not.
Getting knocked out of the air. Kevin has another comment.
Oh, Mr. Gannon, sorry.
Thank you. I just want to put this in the back of council's mind as well as we go through our NDP review. There will be changes to the land use bylaw that will stem from that as well. So we don't feel we're anywhere near done moving forward in reviewing that land use bylaw, nor are we done with understanding the implications of AUC and their direction moving forward. So we do agree that this will take some work and time. Our question back to council, is it good for you today? And then where would you like us to look for additional information and clarity? Or if it's not, what changes would you like? And we can give you the impact of those changes and where we have to move forward from that point.
Councillor Cunningham.
I'm with Councillor Penner. I don't think that 1.6 kilometers is sufficient enough for the wind. It was interesting, New Year's Day, I was out at some people's place just east of Three Hills, and we were kind of looking, it was dark, and we were looking, we're like, what is that? And we realized we were seeing the red blinking lights from the hand hills. So again, I think what we're learning more and more is the far-reaching effects of these massive structures. So yeah, I would like to see a farther distance. I understand what you're saying, Mr. Gannon. I think we do need to give the municipalities a chance to comment. And I know poor Ms. Hazelton and her staff are gonna, yeah, I won't even say anymore. But I think if we have to do another I'm all for public engagement. So if we have another public hearing, gives people another chance to speak, I'm 100% for that. And yes, I am sorry that we're probably gonna have to redo this. And I hope, and I said to Minister Neudorf in March, November, what month is it? I just really hope when this moratorium's over that they have this figured out. Because otherwise I think this could just be a long thing that we're dealing with for a long time. So fingers crossed that they get it right the first time.
I just want to get clarity because I've heard two different things, and I've heard from Councillor Forbes that you want it on the books now, which means it's going to have to go the way it is. And I've heard the other side where you're fine if we make a bunch of changes and it goes to another public hearing. So I just need to know which way we're going and then what those changes would look like.
Reeve King.
Oh, why fear to tread where angels don't go, right? So really we are acknowledging the fact that this is a constant conversation that we're in. And no matter what we do here today, whether we approve this as it sits, we know we're coming back to it. We knew that when we started this process, that whatever comes out of the moratorium had the potential to totally turn this thing on its head. We know that the conversation that we're having through the municipal development plan review has the potential to bring us back to look at this again. So really, in some ways, the whole reason we started this when we did was so that we would have some solid rules in place before the moratorium disappeared. So I recognize that this document is alive and changing, and unfortunately for our planners and for administration, it's maybe a lot more alive and more changing than you wish. But is there an argument to be made that our original goal was to have in place some rules for Kneehill County for wind and solar prior to the end of the moratorium? So if we were to put this into place with the acknowledgement that we understand that we have to come back and review it and look at it again, we know that the moratorium is going to provide us with more information. We know that the municipal development plan review is going to give us more information. So in a very short period of time, we're going to be right back here. So is it reasonable for us to consider putting these rules in place, acknowledging that they're not perfect and that there's probably lots of room for review, and then begin that process as we get more information out of the AUC review that's going on and out of the municipal development plan review that's going on? Again, I'm asking questions, but to me, the whole stated purpose of us doing this was so we had rules in place before the moratorium ended, so.
Councilor McGee.
I just wanted to weigh in. I really agree with you. I think having this in place right away, it has to be the priority. That's why we got started on this. Don't lose our focus. We want something in place before the moratorium's finished, which is coming up very shortly. We're almost out of time already. And I also see the points for taking a look at the distances. I think that's something we need more information on, how we can justify it, what would be a reasonable amount. And so let's put a request to administration to have that ready for when we do our review. I know it's not the ideal answer for some of us, but it is, please know, it's because it's protecting you for the midterm until we were able to better answer those questions in a constructive way. Having said that, I'd like to make the motion that we recommend to council that we bring back 1889 with the amendments for third reading at the February 13th, 2024 council meeting.
Okay, I wasn't expecting a motion this quickly, but thank you. Okay, so we have a motion before us that Committee of the Whole recommend to council that administration bring back bylaw 1889 with the amendments for third reading at the February 13th, 2024 discussion. Reeve King.
For clarification, are there any amendments that we're making today? So,
We have new formatting.
yeah, so other than the formatting, that's the only amendment that we're suggesting be made at this point if we're going to vote on this motion. That's. I appreciated the way the
Exactly.
formatting was cleaned up.
Oh,
I
yes.
really do.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I thought that's what I was saying, but yeah, thanks for the clarity.
Okay,
I'd like the
Yeah.
format, I like what you brought us today, that's what I would like to make the motion
okay.
on.
That's kudos to Natalie, she did that for you.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. You managed it perfectly. Yeah, that was the question I was going to ask through the chair was, I want to make sure we have the amendment straight. I didn't want any misinterpretation to the motion.
Okay.
Would it suit you to hear in the motion with no further amendments than presented? Originally presented? Would that help?
You can make the motion the way you
Bylaw
want to make
1889
the
with
motion.
no further amendments than presented. Presented in our package.
Don't they say if everybody's unhappy in the room, we probably made a. So, I mean, I don't think anybody's super happy with where we're ending up right now. But we all understand that this conversation's not over. And I think that's key, is to acknowledge the fact that this might not make us all happy and might not make any of us happy. but at least we have something that achieves the objective that we started out a number of months ago to try to achieve. And we are acknowledging the fact that this conversation is far from over.
I will reread my motion.
Yes, I was going to just ask if that's the way you would like the motion to read.
I'd like to move that Committee of the Whole recommend to Council that administration bring back Bylaw 1889 for third reading at February 13th, 24 Council meeting as presented.
Okay, thank you. So we have, I won't bother reading it, seeing so you just read it. But anyway, we have the motion up on screen. Is there any discussion to the motion, the way it sits?
I
Yes,
have discussion.
Councillor Penner.
So by making a slight amendment, and we seem to all be on the same page when it comes to wind, to that 1 mile and 2 mile, it seems like wind is not the issue here. It's the solar and the other ones right now. If we're all on the same page, can we not make that amendment today without having to start it all over again? Like, please, for clarification, how it works here. With the
So you're
readings.
talking the 2 miles then to every residence
Correct.
from wind. That is challenging because we'd have to actually draft that. Eric would come up with that. And I'm not sure what, I would probably get a legal opinion as to whether or not that's significant enough change. And you also would have had people that actually signed up that their residences would be within that 2 miles. So that would be a little challenging, I think, for them as well. So, but I know you can sign off, but.
Right, but those are the ones that signed up, it's the ones that, from any dwelling not belonging to the owner.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
I will get a legal opinion between now and council.
Like, and
and
don't
then-
get me wrong, I want to move forward, I want to get something written in stone here to start. And it is a living document. We will be revisiting regularly.
So are you suggesting that you, if we could put the 2 miles in on .41, that we do that?
That's what
If
I'm
we
asking.
could do it without a public
And
hearing.
Without a
will-
public hearing.
And I will, yes, I will get that legal opinion, and I will bring that as an option to council. If the legal opinion is, that's fine to do that without revisiting the public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you through the chair. As Mrs. Hazelton mentioned, what we can do, bring to council in this situation is we'll give the two options of moving forward with the third reading, and also give the option and understanding that through the legal of what we found out, if this is major or not, this could be the amended document as per the recommendations coming from council today. And that could be one you adopt, or the third option is that we go to public hearing with it. And that could be a third option. I don't think anybody on the table would want to go in that direction, but it is an option, and I think that we can present to that time depending on the information. I also want to put forward with an understanding of, I know everybody wants to go forward. Our intent was to get this in before AUC started reviewing files again, because it's when the land use bylaw was actually in place. So if you know development's coming in, the chances of, if you're doing this afterwards, it's probably not going to be considered then the date that it's in place. So I want to put that in context as well.
Thank you for that information, Mr. Gannon. Okay, we do have a motion before us. Is there any further discussion to the motion?
I need
Reeve King.
I need clarification. Are we voting on this, presenting this bylaw to council as it is? Or are we voting on, we're going to present this to council with a possible chance that we're going to change? So we can't recommend to council to bring this to them unless we're bringing this to them. If we're planning to somehow amend it again, then we need a lot more information. Because if you're going to do the 2 mile thing, then I need to see a map to see how that impacts. And that becomes very complicated. Because, so anyway, like I say, I'd way rather put this in place and have it in place, and then worry about what might fall out afterwards and increasing setbacks or decreasing or whatever. So I need that clarity. Are we bringing this to council for approval? Or are we bringing this or some amended form of this to council for approval?
Mr. Gannon?
Thank you, through the chair. We can actually, and I'm handing work to Mrs. Hazelton by saying this, is we have the potential of doing both. And that's why the decision is made within the council meeting of saying you can either approve through council this portion. This is additional information. If this amount of information that we've compiled is sufficient, and we find out that the legal opinion says that by making this change does not constitute a major amendment that does not require us to go to a public hearing, then council could recommend to approving that bylaw with the amendments in third reading. So we can provide both options at that time. However, if it does require a public reading, those are different discussions, and then council could either choose if they want to move forward with as the previous version or the new version.
We are certainly making this more complicated than it needs to be by the looks of things. I do have, and I don't know, I'm sorry to do the request, and I don't know whether there's value in it or not. But we have maps here that are in our, is there a way that we could do layered maps? So every time you flip a page, you can see the impact at page 5 or whatever the impact at page 5. There might be a sliver someplace that there could possibly be development of some sort, or, and I'm sorry for asking this because I know we're a week away from our next council meeting.
No, longer. February 13th is.
Oh, right, we're in Lethbridge, yeah, okay. But, lucky, yeah. But anyway, if we had something like that, even if we could just do it on screen, we don't have to have it for each and every counselor, but just to see if there is, what the effects would be, I guess is where I'm going with it.
So we have kind of layered right now with the mile to the urban, the 2 mile to the water bodies. We have done those in layers, and then the last one is everything on top of each other.
Oh, okay, so page 65.
Yeah, the piece we don't have is the residential one, which we can see what Eric can do with that.
Well,
He probably just ran screaming from the building.
Yeah, because once you put in the residences, then I don't know what's left.
Good catch.
There is going to be a challenge with residential because what we have in our system, it could be a derelict, abandoned house, or somebody's not living in it. So that is going to be a little bit of a challenge, and we also have bare residential parcels that would constitute an ability to put a residence on, that it's not there now. But we had included that in our current land use bylaw, that if it was a residential parcel, they still had to sign off. And so there will be challenges with that data layer, because just because we have it flagged as a residence and multiple residences on sites doesn't mean they're all livable. So.
Yes, I can see the challenges. So I take it back.
We can see what we can, I'll go to Eric with coffee and donuts. I don't know if he likes coffee.
You will by the
Does he?
time he's
Okay,
done.
there you go.
Councillor Fenner.
So through the chair, what I'm hearing here is, there's a motion in front of us. Mr. Gannon has clarified that when we come back on February 3rd, the next council meeting, there will be two options depending on what legal tells us. It's not, we don't necessarily have to go back to a public hearing. We could if we choose that, but if we say, no, we've got to get this on the books, this opportunity is still there to get it on the books, so we can say, no, okay, legal says don't go there, you need to have a public hearing.
We're gonna
whatever.
bring it back
Okay.
as presented
Okay.
right now. And then with the legal opinion, if they say that it's not significant enough that requires a public hearing, that we can give you that option that we could amend that setback. And you guys can decide to do that prior to third reading. But if it requires a public hearing, then I'm assuming you're either gonna wanna pass it as is and worry about the rest later, or, I mean, you can still choose to do that. Just
Correct, okay.
pass it and worry about the rest, because honestly, we're probably gonna have more information in 2 months, so.
Yeah, every time we open a book, we have more information. Okay, so, all right, I think everybody understands the motion. Is there any more discussion to the motion, the way it's presented? Hey, look, you wanted to talk and talk and talk, and now you want me to vote, okay. Reeve King.
So if the potential exists that we're changing this on the 13th, at this point today, I'm voting against the motion, just so that council's aware. If we're gonna present this as is and vote on it on the 13th, then I'm all in favor of us doing that. If we're going to re-debate what we just debated, then I'm voting against today, okay?
Well, I think the way this motion reads is that this is what's going to be presented at council. If, for some reason, it's not gonna be presented the way it is, then I'm gonna vote against it at council. Because, I mean, I like the motion the way it sits right now. I know what the parameters are here about getting this thing done and submitted prior to the end of February, which is when AUC is back in business.
The challenge that for us is going to be, if we get a legal opinion that says it's not significant enough, it doesn't require a public hearing, we will not have time to notify everybody, because we don't know that that's where you guys are gonna go. So towns and villages won't have seen that, so it is going to still be challenging, even though it doesn't necessitate a public hearing, for you to take that broad of a step without that notification going out. I don't know that I recommend that as from a planning perspective, but I will adhere to the legal opinion. But, so yes,
Okay, I see somebody's doing some work on the Mr. Hogan, you have a comment at all, possibly?
Maybe, I don't know if I'm gonna complicate things or not, but that's.
Why not? You'd be the only one.
It's our theme of the day. I think at this point, the recommendation I'd have for council is to go forward with this. Going back to that stated goal of your goal was to have something in place by the end of the moratorium, and that comment's been stated. Really, what it comes down to is we're going to bring back some additional information at that February 13th meeting, which is the legal opinion around that, some of the mapping, et cetera, that does not exist today. So when you get to this on the 13th of February, you will have more information to consider than what you have today. And from there, council can make a decision, right? The purpose of today, which you've mostly covered, which maybe through omission you've covered off in some ways as well, is we heard some things in the public hearing. Council wanted to have more discussion on those. Where you've arrived on some of them, so as an example, the brownfield site is, you really said, you know what, we're gonna figure that out later. And I mean, that's not the exact words, but that's the gist of, we know we're gonna come back to this possibly with more information. You know, we hope the AUC and the Alberta government come out with something after the moratorium's done. We've heard crickets so far, so I'm concerned, but we hope we're going to have more information upon which to work coming out of that. We hope we're going to have, well, we know we're going to have more information coming out of our own MDP review process on some of these things. So we do get to go back and visit those. You know, one of the things that you're going to have to consider those long-term bits is, we go back to that example of the landfill site in the town of Three Hills. There's a whole bunch of different components there. So for example, if you put in the setback that from every residence that you have for the wind energy conversion systems, that land that's the transfer, sorry, that the landfill is on is owned by the town of Three Hills, but Kneehill County is a development authority for it because it's in the county. And so you might look at that site and say, you know what, it's a brownfield site. The town wants to do it. It's a brownfield site. We think it's appropriate for that site, but we have a resident within 3 miles that says no. And so now you're going to say no, right? That may not be a position you want to be in, but you kind of said, you know what, we're going to deal with that down the road when we see more of the rules that the AUC is going to put in place, right? And that's fine, because you're going to have more information to work with when that time comes, because we know we're coming back as part of those other review processes. If you put this forward and consider third reading of the proposed bylaw, like Mr. Gannon said, you're going to have that additional information that says, if we make these changes, we're going to delay the process and we might not have this in place for the end of the moratorium, which you could choose to do, right? Or you could say, you know what, we're going to get it in place so that anybody considering this or the AUC has to look at this bylaw. And yeah, we're going to make revisions to it later, if those changes require that moratorium. With that additional information, you might take a look at those setbacks you're proposing and say, you know what, that leaves absolutely no land, and we're not going to do that, right? So you might look at those and have a bit more consideration, and that's okay, because one of the, you know, oftentimes what'll happen is you don't always get the opportunity that you had today between the public hearing and third reading. So if there was stuff that you wanted to change coming out of the public hearing, a lot of times that third reading is coming to a subsequent council meeting and you're making changes then, right? All that we've done here is we've given you this format because we knew it was going to be a broader discussion, right, around some of the things that you've heard. You know, and what we've seen or what we've heard is that council's good with the reformatting, that's a good change, provides that clarity, and we'll put that through. The motion that we're putting in here, and the one that I've reworded that you don't have to go with, but maybe it's a consideration, is that we're saying you want to consider third reading at February 13th. That's the outcome of this. And whether you make that, whether you sort out whether that setback is going to be 1 mile or 2 miles, or whether it's going to apply to residents or not, you'll make that based off of information you receive on the 13th. Because if you try to make that determination today, we don't have that legal opinion or that mapping to give you.
Okay, Councillor McGee, which motion are we?
Yeah, I like the second written one, consider third reading. And so it just feels a little more free for discussion.
Okay, so ultimately what it says is that is the motion that's going to come forward at our next council meeting on the 13th of February. But there might be additional information that comes with the RFP, and the consequences may or may not prolong the process.
Yes, so through Mr. Chair, the nuance between the two is the first motion is the one saying, we're recommending council approve this document that was in front of us today. The second one is basically the directive or the saying, we recommend you give third reading to something on the 13th.
Okay.
Thanks for the clarification, because now I know for sure that's what I want to say. Give consideration.
Okay. So if we ignore the first two lines, what we're dealing with is okay, I guess we're gonna ignore it right away. Okay, so there's the motion that we are going to be voting on after we've had fruitful discussion. So is there any more discussion?
One last comment.
Reeve King.
One last comment. A 3.2 kilometer exclusion zone from any resident in Kneehill County will basically do effectively what our ratepayers have asked for, and it'll put an absolute moratorium on any green energy development in Kneehill County. Just go to Muni site, call up the residents, and have a look at the map, and you'll see that's effectively what we are going to do. That's my last comment, and I'm prepared to vote.
Yes, Counselor Forbes, discussion to the motion.
And you're absolutely correct, but the AUC can trump whatever we do anyway. So that's where we're really at. I just want this on the books so we have it, because we currently do not.
You want to have what on the books? This?
Change.
The changes, yeah, like the document that currently.
They're more robust than currently.
Okay, you want the changes that incorporate a 2-mile buffer? Is that what you just said? Because I'm sorry,
If legal says it. If they don't, then I need this here regardless.
Well,
I
and that's a motion you can make at that meeting. We don't have to discuss what the
Thank you.
motion will be at council. We're saying, let's deal with this at council, is all we're simply saying.
Okay. We'll see what happens at the 13th of February council meeting. So what we're doing then is voting on the motion to consider a third reading for 1889 at the February 13th. And I keep saying it, but anyway, sooner or later it'll stick.
Does this have to pass unanimously?
Nope. Any more discussion? Okay, seeing none, I am calling the question. All those in favor? Opposed?
Motion's carried.
Motion is carried, sorry. Whew. Didn't think we'd get through that one. Alrighty, so the only thing I see left on,
Thank you.
what, are you running away?
She's out of here before we give her something else.
Closed session.
The only thing we have left is closed session. It is to do with privileged information, section 27 of FOIP.
Am I privileged to be?
So would someone like to put us into closed session? Councillor Cunningham,
I'll move us into closed session.
sorry. Okay, we have a motion to move into closed session. All those in favor? Carried unanimously.
And we can have a break.
We have a break. We're good? Alrighty, we came out of closed session at 3:06. We have allowed the gallery to refill, and it is currently 3:07. We have no motions coming out from closed session, so at 3:07, I will adjourn today's meeting.